body temperatures are 98.6. Well, my body temperature is 96.8. So I'm about 2 steps away from hallucinating at this point. Good morning, Kadant. Now, I know you probably have battery issues, but I will still throw you the link. Because I can. And there it goes. Yeah, I haven't had a fever in a long time. A very, very long time. And I'm not necessarily against it. I mean, it's the closest I'm going to get to hallucinating for quite a while. And you don't have a hangover when you have a fever. I don't know. I guess it's just the got caught under the auspices of changing weather, and it just messed me. The landlord had the plumber come out because when they went to, we didn't have a washer and dryer for the longest time. Then the people in the back moved out, and we got their washer and dryer. Aha! So we brought it over to our side of the basement and found out that the moron plumber that showed up had sealed off our ability to drain a washer. Capped it, patched it off, and just did a shitty job running PVC to the other one. It was literally hanging about, say 3 feet down from, it was hanging about, yes, Kadona, of course you can invite Muffin.
Well, I like to ask first.
Hey, you got carte blanche here.
I know, but it's only polite.
Yeah,
So you got a fever going?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. The plumber that came over to open up, because it's all the water's gravity fed, right? So the plumber came over to open up a drainage for the washer. And I'm like, did you have anything to do with the plumbing that happened last time? And he's like, oh, yeah, I did that. And I was like, dude, not for nothing, but you sucked at that job. What the hell are you putting it like this? I'm like, you should have that at least fashioned up so you can use gravity so it can go right down into the drainage pipe. Well, they had it lower over on the other side. And I'm like, raise it up. So, yeah, I haven't gone down to see the job he did in the basement, but my landlord who lives in Maryland is like, hey, would you go down and check to make sure you can still do that? And I'm like, I'm tired. She's like, well, he wants to get paid. And I'm like, wow, the only way he's going to get paid is if there's a job completion and it works, right? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, well, I'm too exhausted to be tripping up and down the stairs. And I'll have to sit down there and, basically commune with the washer as it goes through all the cycles. And then, we have a dryer down there, but it doesn't have a vent. So what am I going to do? Basically make a sauna downstairs. So we really can't even run clothes at this point unless we want them to sit there until somebody can come over with a big old drill and drill a vent hole. So, needless to say, I wasn't incredibly happy about she unfortunately, since she's not in town, keeps hiring all these substandard contractors. Like the guy who is supposed to paint the house that I live in is technically 3 stories because there's an attic to it as well. Well, these guys didn't have ladders that were tall enough, so they painted up as high as they could, and then they took the money and ran. They never finished the actual job.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Hi, Muffin.
Hello.
And a good morning, Muffin.
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing fine. And yourself?
I'm all right. It's not quite morning here yet, but I'm all right.
I'm just crossing my fingers, waiting for the hallucinations to kick in.
That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah. Last time I actually had a real temperature. Oh, hey, Lord Byron.
Hey, Lord Byron.
And Cult of Krill. How's it going? Last time I had a temperature, it ran up to, what was it? Like, I think it was 102.7.
That's a radio station in California.
Oh, yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, I used to work for a radio station. Well, no, they were 102.9. Yeah, 102.9. WAZU, the Big Wazoo, Eaton, Dayton, and Springfield, alive. Bumpers. I always love doing bumpers. But yeah, last time it happened, they were like, you can't do this anymore. I'm like, well, it's not something I volunteered for. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to boil your damn brain. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, I see you've already had a bunch of concussions, and, this is not going to help anything. And I'm like, well, once again, you are giving me information that I already know, but I don't have any control of it. Let's see. I've been sleep deprived more than once, Lord Byron. Oh, hey, let me show you this. I've been working on this in consideration of getting the new rig in that can actually handle running complex OBS, especially Streamlabs. So if you take a look on the watch page, there we go. I'll lock it in for just a second. But that is, that's going to be my new look when I run through OBS. Can you see it at all? Or are you on the phone thing?
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, that little red heartbeat down at the bottom is where Streamlabs is going to run.
That's going to be awesome.
Hey, I think it'll be pretty. And then, where the Doctor on Call logo is, that's where the guest is going to pop up. So, yeah.
That's cool.
Thank you. I spent a bit of time on it. I was a little bit bored.
Just a bit.
That's all right. I do a lot of my best work when I'm bored.
Yeah, and I've got I got 2 wrestling posters to do. I gotta get those damn things done and sent off. One's for in the home state, and the other one's for a buddy of mine who runs a promotion in North Carolina.
And you said they're wrestling posters?
Yeah. Yeah. I got pretty good at doing wrestling posters. Weird story. I was shooting a movie.
All right.
I wrote it. I directed it. I sure shit didn't star in it.
Okay.
But I got
porn.
Oh no, those are already on Pornhub. There wasn't, that was all completely amateur stuff, so that could go right up to the website right now. But I had a scene set up to where it was one of the the premise is drunken superheroes versus zombies.
Yeah, that actually sounds really funny.
People who actually saw what I had for because I was about 85% finished before I ran out of funds.
Sad.
What I had done, people seemed to like, and I had a sequence set up to where one of the lead characters actually wrestles some of the zombies. So I went to one of the local feds around that I patronized and said, "Hey, I will trade you camera time because I know you guys do cable access.
Mm-hmm.
I will trade you camera time. I'll shoot I'll shoot a couple of your shows, give you the tapes, and you can put them on. And all I ask in return is that my crew shows up early before any show, and we do a basic 5-minute wrestling match so I can put it into the movie." And they said, "Okay, yeah, sure, why not?" And as I got to talking to these guys, they literally had no promotion. And I'm like, "Well, shit, you know, guys, I can go home on Paint Shop Pro and make up a damn flyer."
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have any pictures or anything that you want to put on it, if you've got the logo for me, I'll put everything up. I'll even give you a freebie on that. And that was, God, either 2006 or 2007, and I've been doing it ever since for other feds because they'll see my flyers and they'll be like, "Hey, you know, we want something like this, and we heard you're cheap." I mean, and I'm like, "Yeah, you know, not easy, but yes, I'm cheap." Yeah, I've got 2 to go. I kind of put it off because, you know, with doing the OBS thing, that's more of I can be half out of my fucking head and do that. But when you do flyers, you have to put down the specific names of the guys, and you want to make sure that you spell them right, because woe be to their ego if you misspell their names.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I've got a guy who collects all the posters. As long as his name is on it, he will collect them. And he'll always ask me for the file, because it's like, we don't really go to a printer. We just have somebody that has a printer and they just print them out. So, yeah.
All right.
I got business, but, you know, nah, who cares? So what are you up to, Muffin?
Laying around in bed, kind of loopy, but that's because I decided I wanted to mix my Vicodin with my pot tonight.
Oh, and
I'm not in pain, so it's great.
So no Jello shots then?
No. I actually quit drinking like 7 years ago.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like it still.
I've been thinking about getting back into it, but I'd have to go slowly.
Well, until my doctor prescribes it or they legalize it recreationally, I just kind of stay away from it.
That makes sense. It's legal where I live, so.
Well, technically, it's medicinally legal, but here's the catch-22. In the state that I live in, it is against the law for anyone to transport marijuana across state lines, even if it's for prescribed medical use. It has to be grown in the state in order for the diagnosis and thereby the prescription to be filled. So until we have recognized growers, then, you know, we're completely screwed. So it's a yeah, it's legal for medical, but no, you can't have any.
All right.
So yeah, bastards.
Were you saying something, Cadet?
Uh, yeah, just I don't remember what I was saying. Don't mind me. Anyway. So, 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 Doc, have you taken
Yeah.
any medicine?
Am I taking any medicine right now?
Yes, for your fever?
No, I don't have any. It just came on today. I had all these plans, all this shit that I wanted to do today. Like finally hit the food pantries, maybe swing by the thrift store. There was one other place that I was thinking of going to, and I can't remember what it was now. But wifey got her support check for the kids, so we had a little bit of money. And of course, she decides she's hungry and wants to go out and eat. Now, I play the part of a very concerned husband by letting her know what I won't eat, so that leaves the field open. It's like, and the standing rule is Taco Bell sucks. Now, if we had a Del Taco around here, that might be a different story. I like me some Del Taco.
I would murder babies for chicken soft tacos from Del Taco.
Yeah, well, we do have an actual authentic taco truck that's about 3 blocks away, but she doesn't like it because it's authentic and they use corn tortillas. the soft tortillas.
Yep.
And I'm like, that's how they were created. That's how they came to be. She's like, I don't care. I don't like the taste of them. So I said, any place but Taco Bell. She goes to Taco Bell. And I don't know what the hell she got, but I was like, okay, if you're going to go to Taco Bell, just get me an empanada.
Yeah.
And she brought me back a half a thing of cinnamon twists. She's like, they didn't have any empanadas, but those cinnamon twists are good. I'm like, I guess they are. So yeah, I mean, the only thing that I ever get from there is a Nacho Bel Grande without beans.
Do you not like beans?
I don't like the bean paste that they use.
Gotcha.
And a very good morning, Lucky Skunk. Oh, good morning to you too, everyday man. But yeah, I mean, McDonald's fucked up that they have breakfast 24/7 now.
Oh no, that makes me really happy because like I don't eat a lot of things from McDonald's. I think McDonald's is mostly gross, but like their sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle makes me really happy on the inside.
Well, I do the anytime she's like, well, we don't have much money, so we're gonna go to McDonald's. What do you want? And I'm like, breakfast. That's all I want, breakfast. And I usually get, because they're like 2 for $2, the sausage cheese McMuffins. If I had my druthers, I probably would do bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddles, but those are like double the price.
Yep.
So it's called economy, and I've never been able to train her to use coupons or to keep coupons in the car.
It's a lot easier said than done, mostly just because it looks messy.
Well, I mean, you just fold them and stick them in the visor.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, that's it. And then every so often you take a look through them. And then you go ahead and throw out the ones that have expired. I mean, we get them all the time. We get those little things that they call, you know, the daily savers.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we get those at the doorstep every week, and they've always got coupons for something.
I used to get those all the time. I don't think they have those up here.
Well, Arby's isn't so bad. I like Chipotle's, but they have one down here called Zombie Dog.
Zombie Dog?
Yeah, it's not a franchise, but it started off as a hot dog truck that
Okay.
that does what's the proper word for it? I guess gourmet hot dogs.
I feel like gourmet hot dog is an oxymoron, to be honest.
Okay, well, I tell you what. Let me do this. Are they gonna let me do it? Okay, I closed OBS, asshole. I should be able to take a look at it. Now quit it. Yeah, I got B-sodded this morning because Windows wanted to update, and I went to bed and woke up, and it's like, ah.
I hate it when updates happen in the middle of you, like it went while you're asleep, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and me turning it off is just not gonna. It's not gonna work right now. Okay, where's the one that I wanted to try that looked just fucking awesome? Nope, not it, not it. And they changed their menus around. There's like 4 standard ones that they always carry, and then they change stuff out. Like right now, the featured one is called the Nibbler. It's a house-made chili with no beans, topped with shredded Munster cheese, bacon, diced red onions, and drizzled with yellow mustard.
Minus the mustard, that sounds delicious.
Yeah, I would go with some brown, but then they've got one called the Germinator. Garlic crusted slow cooked beef. Now, there's a hot dog in this too, but this is what they put on top of the hot dog as well.
Okay.
Garlic crusted slow cooked beef topped with a house made local beer cheese and topped with fried onions.
That also sounds delicious.
And here's Calling in the Dead. House made white truffle mac and cheese.
Oh, God.
Topped with Parmesan garlic cracker crumbs.
I'm like, that just sounds like more than delicious. That just sounds like beautiful. Like I wouldn't want to eat it beautiful.
Yeah, I mean they're like $5 a dog, but they are actually pure beef, and you know, not like the dinky ones that you get, you know, in the grocery store.
Yeah.
Now they do get weirder. There's one called Sliced and Diced. It's mixed greens, roasted pears, goat cheese, candied almonds, and dribbled balsamic glaze.
Oh,
That sounds awesome, except for the pears, but that's just because I'm not a fan of eating sand.
Well, now this one is one I'd kind of like to try. It's called Dead Dixie. Diced green apples, blue cheese crumbles, bacon, and barbecue sauce. I could be drunk enough to eat one of those.
I'm like, I would have to be drunk to put apples and barbecue sauce together.
Yeah. And you know somebody did. The one I got last time was called Killer Gage. It's a slow-cooked buffalo chicken topped with blue cheese crumbles, celery bits, and ranch dressing.
That sounds pretty good.
That one was really good. One of their most popular ones is called The Waking Dead. It's house-made sausage gravy topped with a fried egg, bacon, and drizzled a little maple syrup on it.
Okay, I want that one. I want to eat that one.
Oh, they are delicioso.
I like putting fried egg on a lot of stuff, though.
Yeah, I hate to say it, I am more of a scramble,
That's okay.
but and of course they do give you the choice of either mac and cheese or tater tots.
Sweet.
Although you probably might like the Walking Dead tater tots. It's got sausage gravy, bacon, egg, and the maple syrup.
Yes. Yes, I would.
Once again, delicioso. But yeah, these guys are great, and they hang around. They were running their trucks. Well, they had one truck, and I think they went to two. And literally, what they would do is they would post on Facebook, "Hey guys, we're going to be here on such and such date, and these are the dogs that are going to be available." And people would show up from wherever, line up just to get them. So they went ahead and opened up a store. They opened up a storefront next to. I don't think it's any mystery that I live. That I'm living in Dayton right now. So they opened up a storefront almost right next to the University of Dayton.
Okay.
And they have been busy ever since. The frat kids love them zombie dogs.
Nice.
I mean, dude, come on. If you're putting a drunk on and somebody offers you this kind of menu, you're gonna be like, oh yeah.
Oh, no, I totally understand. There's a street up here that like gets closed down basically like every Saturday and Sunday, and I think like Friday nights too, but because it's lined with bars, and like there's two pizza places, one on each corner of this, like one on each side of the street, and then or at least each end of the street, and then some dude that sells tacos. But like both those pizza places make enough money in those 3 days to only be open those 3 days. Because they're only
Yeah,
open those 3 days.
yeah. There's a um kind of like a progressive mall, except for it's literally a bunch of buildings, so it's not like enclosed where you can walk from store to store.
Yeah.
But it's a little city of boutique stores. You know, like there's all the limited brand stuff. You know, like Victoria's Secret and Limited, and Bath and Body Works. Yeah, and then there's Gap and I forget what the name of that one bookstore is, but it's there too. And they take, and you can drive around it, but they take one of the streets every I think it's every Friday and Saturday, and they block it off, and they allow food trucks in. So it's a whole street just filled with food trucks.
That would make me feel like I was here, because there's a lot of food trucks in Portland.
Oh, I like them. I like them a lot because usually it's, and I don't mean this in a bad way, they're down and dirty.
Oh yeah, like real food.
Yeah, it's here. We are making it. We had a restaurant around here called the Coffee Cup, and it was literally big enough to seat 6 people.
Wow.
That's it.
That's a tiny restaurant.
Yeah, it seats 6 people at the counter, but the place would be overflowing in the morning because they always had big cups of coffee. And that place stayed in business for decades. The owner just recently died, so they closed it. But yeah, I mean, if you wanted food, I mean, everything was cooked on the same grill. I don't even know if they bothered to clean it during that week, but you know, kind of made it better.
All right.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, I think Waffle House is a bit too clean for me. I like to see the eggs, a little browned, like it accidentally cross-contaminated with the sausage that was cooking next to it.
I feel that because I like to cook my eggs in the bacon grease when I'm done with my bacon.
Oh yeah.
I also like to save my bacon grease though and cook other things in it because everything tastes better if it's cooked in bacon grease.
Well, and it's like my secret. One of the reasons why people like my cornbread so much is because I use bacon grease to grease the pan.
I never thought of that before.
Yep, and it's just a nice little hint of bacon in it. And if you're doing anything like throwing a little bit of cheese in it too. Well, my favorite to make is jalapeno cornbread. But it gives it a unique taste, and it's so funny because the biggest. Do you have a secret ingredient when you make cornbread?
No, only because I just recently started making cornbread, so I haven't actually perfected a recipe of my own yet.
Oh, may I share something with you?
Sure.
If you're going to make cornbread, I don't know if you're not going to do it from scratch, you can always use Jiffy.
I do everything from scratch.
Okay. Then when you make your cornbread, my favorite ingredient is a packet of instant vanilla pudding.
Huh.
You put it in there and it sweetens it up.
Okay.
It's incredibly sweet. Now, when I mix in, because instead of using water to mix in, I usually will use jalapeno juice when I make the cornbread, and then I'll dice up little jalapenos, put that in there and some sharp cheddar and let it go. But the whole sweet part of the vanilla pudding counteracts the heat. So you'll get a little bit of the jalapeno heat, but it's not like mouth burning, or if somebody who's a complete wuss about heat, they will actually be able to eat one of those.
Not gonna lie, I am definitely the complete wuss about heat. Not that I want to. Like, I grew up in Southern California, which is full of authentic Mexican food, which is all spicy as fuck. But I moved up to Portland where there's really good oxygen and not a lot of smog, and my sinuses cleared out, and now I can't handle spicy stuff anymore.
Oh, I am remiss. A good morning, Furry. A very good morning, American Phoenix.
Oh, good morning to these people. I know American Phoenix, but I don't know the other people.
Well, when they're here, they're all family.
All right.
Because they're probably as bored as we are without anything to do. And no offense to Killstream, but there's only so much I can take. And it's been all drama all day. From sun up to fucking sundown, and Conduct, I hope, is still here to back me up on the fact that we don't want to do that here.
Nope. We are anti-drama. We're just a nice little ramble stream, and hopefully Doc will start hallucinating soon so he can ramble about what he's hallucinating about.
I am sweating. I'm telling you that right now, and it's probably about 65 degrees outside. I've got both my windows open, and I'm still just sweating like a pig. I think it was the chicken that I ate last night from Famous Recipe. There was just something that tasted kind of off about it. I mean, it was cooked. Nicholas, I wish I had taken something, and I'm gonna let people know that my birthday is coming up in a couple of months. So if I will even buy a PO box if I have to. If somebody accidentally wants to send me some hallucinogens well hidden through the mail, then I would be happy to receive them.
I don't have money for hallucinogens, and I don't generally have money to like buy people gifts for their birthday, but hit me up in a few months when it's close to your birthday and I will totally sing happy birthday to you. And if you don't believe that that's kind of a gift, you can ask Cadet and she'll tell you.
Yes.
I actually learned the Weird Al song, Happy Birthday to You.
Nice.
So that's what I sing to people on their day if they really think that it's a good day. Because once you get past a certain age, which we kind of figured this out, the last really good birthday is 25, and that's because your car insurance rates go down.
If you have a car.
And so everything after that, you're just marking time. Here's your zeros, you know, except for they really did me a good one on my 42nd birthday, because I'm a Douglas Adams fan, and 42, of course, is the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Yes. I actually have a tattoo on my wrist that says my 42 is cake.
Now, my stepdaughter was saying that there is a reason why 42 was chosen, and if you break it down kind of phonetically, or not phonetically, but whatever that histrionics thing that they use for numbers, not numerology, but an actual science, that if you break it down into code, that 42 is actually an asterisk, which means, you know, an asterisk can basically mean anything, appendium. So,
right.
So I don't know if that one's necessarily true, but And a good morning to you, Antihero.
Morning.
Hi, my love.
The only gun that I have right now is a Ruger Security 6, which takes 357s, or you can put 38s in it too. But yeah, that's the only one I have. I have not had to pull it out or use it. Except for
pull it out.
Oh. Oh my. Yeah. The only gun that's loaded around me is the one the wife pulls out. So
sorry.
Did we want to try and throw a link to Antihero?
I'm done. Hun,
I mean, have you met him yet?
Me?
No. Kadant, have you met him yet?
Mm-mm. We're working on it.
He seems like a nice guy.
He really kind of is, though. like there's a lot that we he's like, your wife pulls out a loaded gun around you.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's only loaded for a while. She knows how to empty the chamber.
God damn it. Like, Doc, how are you still alive?
Oh, hell. I've been shot, stabbed, beaten unconscious.
And all by your wife.
Well, you know, I was married twice. So. Crap. I don't think I've ever sent him the link. I think it's always been you that sent him the link.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's telling me right now that he can't. There's some issues going on at the house.
No, I would never actually give wifey a gun. No, that's folly. And I do have a trigger lock on it, and I'm the only one who's got the key.
I want a gun.
Me too.
Well, let me put it this way. I want more guns because I have a rifle.
I don't have any guns, and I don't want a gun that I'm technically allowed to own easily.
Mhm.
Oh, and welcome, Zell.
Zell using his Zell word.
Wait a minute. What didn't I give you a link to?
Zell, the only person you can call that is me.
I have no idea, Phoenix. I'm pretty brain toasted right now. What link was I supposed to send?
No, I think he's just saying that he's never been linked to the show.
Oh, well, shoot. Well, hell. If you would like a link, I will send you a link. That is, if.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Because I am not bringing up Discord. Discord's going to fucking crash and burn me.
He should be on Twitter. Do you want me to send it to him?
Yeah, because he doesn't follow me, so I cannot DM him.
Phoenix, you need to fix that.
Here, I'll be
saying, how dare you?
I will start
on Discord.
I will start off the negotiations. I will follow you. And then just DM me, and I will throw you a link. By the way, I really have to bring this up because I don't know what started the landslide today, but people were just having a damn good time with me posting who the next guest was going to be. I got Justin Smith. We've been working on this for a while because he's had IRL stuff to deal with. He was looking for a new house and all this fun stuff. But we finally got to the point where we could schedule and bring him in. Now he's, for those of you who don't know, which I think would be almost nobody, he runs Gulf City. He actually even does Gasly. So we had him on when we were doing Rolling with Sisyphus, but that was more just jumping into Gulf City. This is going to be, a little bit more of a personal interview because I like to find out a little bit more about him and what makes him run. And I know we've had conversations behind the scenes, and he's got a pretty interesting backstory. So I think as long as he's comfortable with it, we'll be sharing. So that was a long way around to get to this. Called a Krill put up basically putting up a post putting people over. The post is one of the benefits of being in the Whale Gang is I've discovered many talented, interesting other creators. Of course, you have, and then he starts listing like Dual Wield and T-Tac and Cody Cronauer. I don't know who Lucrezi is. But then he said, and Doc Griffin, quite possibly the greatest interviewer out there. And that kind of stuff blows me away. I just wanted to, give an actual public thank you, because that's pretty awesome. I do what I do to help save my sanity, and other people seem to like going along for the ride. So I'm going to keep doing it until I'm back on my medication again. But I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Do what makes you happy, man.
Hi, Phoenix.
Hi, Canuck. Hi, Muffin. Hey, Doc.
And
hey, Doc, I didn't know we weren't following each other, man. I felt like a real jackass a minute ago.
Well, that's okay. Just pretend you have a fever. I mean, because I'll start losing it probably in about the next half hour, 45 minutes. So I'm just going to blame that. If murder or arson happens, then yeah, I've got a defense. If somebody can get away with killing somebody by saying that they ate too many Twinkies, then I think I got a chance.
Wait, for real?
Hey, don't worry about it, Doc. You commit an act of murder. I got a buddy with a reefer, and I got another friend down in Galveston with a boat.
All right. Nice. I've always wanted to visit bluer waters. Yeah.
You've clearly never been to Galveston.
Well, you know the gay rights activist Harvey Milk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He was shot and killed by a guy that lost to him in the city council elections. I forget what the guy's name is, but he's utterly forgettable anyway. So he decided to go on a rampage, and he killed Harvey Milk, and I think he shot one other person. But when he went to court, his lawyer said because he was kind of a natural guy, that he had been depressed and ate a shit ton of Twinkies, and the additional sugar rush caused him to snap and shoot people.
What?
That has got to be the stupidest fucking excuse I have ever heard. Look, there's been some brilliant legal defenses out there. That one is not one of them.
Yeah, called the Twinkie defense, and he got away with it. He got away with second-degree murder, and he only served I think he served like 3 years or something. It's some obscenely short amount of time for killing somebody.
Oh my God.
You know what the actual messed up part is? Back in the country during that time, since gays were viewed as so poorly, I guarantee that his time in prison was actually pretty fucking nice.
Well, I mean, they really did not even want to hit him with the maximum sentence, even though they tried to get a good mix. They had to take it out of the county and take it away from, they had to take it out of San Francisco. Now, Malachi, good morning, but I do not know if Harvey Milk was actually a twink.
Not either, but that line was really funny.
Nicely done, Malachi.
And a good morning to you too, Water Jabbers. Hopefully you're having a good morning.
I just can't believe that fucking defense worked.
It did.
You know what? I got a better one, though. Did you ever hear about the story about the guy who got off of murder because his lawyer was able to make the claim that he didn't commit the crimes, his arm did?
No.
Please.
Yeah, there was a criminal, and his lawyer was like, he argued, well, my client never entered the house, only his arm did, so it's not fair to charge him for the crime. And he goes, all right, well, the judge goes, all right, I'm gonna sentence the defendant's arm to some time in prison. I can't remember what it was. And he goes, and your defendant is more than welcome to join. With the help of his lawyer, the guy took off his prosthetic arm and he walked out of the fucking courthouse.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Wow.
See, that took balls, and it took a lot of fucking work to make sure that it was worded correctly. Because if it had not been worded exactly correctly, he would have went to prison.
Oh man, that's awesome. That's like in the early 80s was the first case of the PMS defense.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now the first woman got away with it, but then all of a sudden a lot of that defense started popping up, and people are like, "Oh shit, what can of worms have we opened up now?" Right. And there was one guy who tried to cite the PMS defense, and he wasn't transgender. He wasn't taking any steroids or anything. But
was it like, Your Honor, in my defense, she had PMS and she was just being a bitch?
I used to love her, but I had to kill her.
Damn.
But yeah, there's a lot of stupid people out there doing a lot of stupid things, but they get away with it. That's what kills me.
Hell yeah.
That could potentially end up killing me.
Yeah.
See, now that you say that, I'm a little bit worried about buying you a box of ammo for your birthday.
Well, we're trying to work it out. The first thing I'm going to do, because when when I finally get my back pay for the Social Security that I'm fighting for. When I finally get it, my one big expenditure is my brother's going to take me out to Vegas, and they have a gun club out in Vegas where, because I haven't had my green card for probably about 15 years. I haven't carried. But I'm going to get my my CCW because the course that they run out there is so thorough that it's valid in like 32 states.
See, Arizona is the same. It's valid, and I think it's 32 states too. But Arizona has constitutional carry, so I don't even have mine.
Well, I remember just above Asheville, North Carolina.
Yeah, I know Asheville.
I used to live in Mint Hill, which was, just outside of Charlotte. And there was one town where you could go and mine emeralds. And huh?
Sorry, that was my phone.
Oh.
So sorry.
Oh,
why is your phone yelling at us?
I'm sorry.
Enchantment.
And it had an open carry. So it looked like the fucking Wild West, man. Everybody walking around with their guns strapped on.
Pickaxe over their shoulder.
I don't know, man. I've since lost it, but the one emerald that I found looked like shit. So man. I don't think I got my my $20 worth, because you pay $20, you can mine all you want for the whole day. Well, back then, this is what, 25 years ago.
Can you bring your own equipment, or do you have to use theirs?
That included their equipment.
Yeah, but do you have to use it? I'd rather bring my own tools.
Well, technically you can. It just can't be like explosives.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Why must they crush my dreams?
Well, because it's the great state of North Carolina.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I used to work in a mine when I was younger. I've actually worked on a fucking demolition crew. I know how to safely blow up a fucking mountain.
Well, now the place that they went into, and I honestly, the reason why I probably didn't get much anything is that I'm taphophobic. I have a fear of being buried alive. So right. The farthest I would go in was to where I could still see the entrance.
Oh wait, this is a pit mine?
Yeah.
Or not a pit mine, it's a fucking underground mine?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna fucking freak me the hell out. I don't like being underground. It's just, no. It's not fun.
I mean,
okay.
Caverns are cool.
That's cool.
I
like when people meet their paydays. That makes it awesomeness. I might even, well, I'm just going to wait for them again, because TeePublic, the big scam that they do is they run that 30% off sale like at least once a month. So I'm going to have enough saved up by the time it gets to the next time they do it. So I can actually buy, just for ego's purpose, to buy a Doctor on Call shirt.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Have you seen my Doctor on Call shirts?
No, I haven't seen
Jack
squat, to be honest.
Okay, it's not that I'm shilling like a villain, but
shill.
I thought, well, I mean, I got Blackout's art, and Blackout was like, "Hey, make shirts with this," and I was like, "Dude, nobody's gonna buy those shirts." And I've actually sold like 4 of them now. So I was amazed. But they are really cool shirts. It's got the chest logo, with the circular logo with the microphone, and then on the back it's got my Doc Griffin head with the grumpy face.
I think you should make a shirt out of the Princess Doc Leia.
Well, but I would insist because the transfer would be a bitch that it'd have to be inked. So,
Oh,
so I can lift it.
I'll ink it for you. I will ink it, and if you even want it colored, like I might even do that. But I figured like just a simple black and white should be fine.
Well, it depends. If you want it to pop off the shirt, then everybody's going to have to buy it with a white shirt. Because if you buy it with a black shirt, that means I'd have to do the negative image, the reverse.
Yeah, you just
stencil on
invert it. Yeah.
Okay, is this going to work? Tell me this is going to work.
It's not gonna work. I mean, it's totally gonna work. Yeah.
Okay, so there's my TeePublic store, and if you guys want to take a quick look, also I do have the finest in bootleg Mr. Medicare merchandise.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I see the yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him about it a long time ago. He didn't give a fuck. So I'm like, I will make $2 off of you, buddy.
Wait,
and
you have a Great Force?
Oh yeah. I made my own Great Force. I made it as a like a military patch.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the Great Force itself, I actually took and used an outstanding emblem, but I just kind of doctored it and put the grapes in there because the whole lightning thing is actually one of the patches that are used by Delta Force.
Oh,
so I
okay,
just kind of flipped it so it looks like a G. And
hey Doc, would you hate me if I left the hangout because my phone is already at 45%.
Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go. I don't want you stranded on the roadside with a dead phone.
Well, I'll be fine. Like I can walk to the restaurant that's like half a mile away in the morning and like sit in there and just drink a shit ton of coffee and hopefully charge my phone.
No, well, that sounds like a
power out.
Huh?
Is your power out?
No, I'm at Fairside.
Oh, sweet. Doesn't anybody have a car charger?
That would require me to leave my area to try and find people and then possibly wake them up because I'm the only insomniac on site.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Generally, people at fair actually sleep before the fair starts.
See, carnies are way different. Not a lot of sleep goes on.
No. I mean, not a lot of sleep goes on here, but they still get like almost normal people hours of sleep.
Ah, okay.
Not like 8+ hours generally, but also not like 4 or 4.5.
Yeah. Next time you go to a county fair, keep in mind that the person who's operating the ride that you're on got about 2 hours of sleep, and he was probably doing mushrooms.
I'm not surprised by that.
Water Jabbers, bless your heart.
Oh.
On the Streamlabs, he threw in $20 and said thanks for the great drama-free streams and great interviews. And the message is more valuable than the money. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I don't know. I probably will go buy me a shirt.
I'm like, I'm not buying a shirt, but I'm buying something.
Well, it'd be nice because when they're going over my estate after I die, there's going to be somebody in my family that's going to be curious about what the hell that shirt actually meant.
Well, like I'm not a huge fan of t-shirts, so I was like scrolling down the page, And you also have tote bags.
Oh yeah, they do them in
Based
tote
on
bags,
them?
coffee mugs. SMG never buys a shirt; he always buys stickers.
No, I'm totally buying a tote with your face on it.
I don't do they. I don't think they have one with the actual just face on it. I
Yeah,
think
it's like a little. It's like your little head with a cigarette hanging out of its mouth. It's all like cartoony looking though.
Oh yeah, that's a Diddy's drawing because
Yes.
I got tired of Diddy not putting her artwork out, and she did that doc head just as a lark, and I'm like, well, screw you, we're gonna get your art out there anyway. So yeah,
Totally
instead
the one
of,
I'm getting.
because I like the Diddy, I think she's incredibly talented, and more people need to see her stuff. She's also coming out with one that's the Blackout Pool Party, and it's got Diddy and Blackout in the pool, and Blackout's like blowing bubbles in the pool. Swimming right back behind them is Tennessee Marine with water wings on. Then Broski and Lolly are sitting there with looks of shock on their faces, while I'm sitting in a lawn chair reading a paper without my pants on. And there's a big long censored bar that's just beneath the newspaper.
That's awesome.
Once that becomes a shirt, I'm doing it.
Well, I'm gonna get going, guys. So you guys have fun. Keep it drama free. Be good. Good night, Doc. I hope you feel better, and I hope that your hallucinations aren't too wild and crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna be having a Jello cocktail soon.
As long as it helps with your fever.
Oh yeah. Well, I got the gut bomb that I want to make sure to avoid, because I haven't prayed at the porcelain altar in a long time, and I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. But Kadant, please be safe. Go charge yourself.
Yeah, I have a little battery pack that will help bring it from 42%. Oh, hey. But from 42% back up to like at least 80. So that'll do something.
Well, like I said, if I can find that duplicate backup solar one, I'll send it out, because it's not like I need more than one battery charger, and I'm anal retentive. So every battery pack that I have right now, I've got 3 of them that I'm looking at that are the rechargeable, but not the solar one. Those are already sitting there charged, waiting for me to do something that I'll never do because I don't leave the damn house.
Well, no worries.
So yes, go have fun.
Yeah, I will. And I'll even look to see if I can sneak away to take update pictures or whatever every once in a while.
Yes, steal the souls of those medieval bastards.
Yes. Oh, with my titties.
Yeah.
But anyway, good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night,
I love
Kadun.
you.
Thanks for the link.
Yeah, no worries,
Have a
Phoenix.
good night, Kadun.
Love you too, Muffin. Bee.
Bee.
Okay.
That's my best friend.
I like her. She's like, you don't need a co-host, and I was like, yeah, you're fun to talk to.
She is fun to talk to.
Kadun's pretty cool. I like talking to her.
And Water Jabbers, if you're going to be up, man, I'll just send you the link. And of course, the person I send the link to every night since we started doing these ramble streams, I keep sending it over to Rari. When he finally got back on, he was like, I think that charity stream's passed already. I was like, yeah, dude, it has. He was talking about the Broski stream. Did I say good morning to William? William, good morning. Wait a minute. I make homemade butt plugs while I'm parked at truck stops.
He's talking about me.
Wait a minute. What do you make them out of?
Wood, silicone, metal, anything I can really get my hands on. I make a lot of shit for the kink community.
And that's a bad thing. How?
I don't know. He just decided to be a prick about it. And actually, you just told me exactly what I was actually going to ask. Which William is it? But now I know. What's going on there, Willie boy?
And yes, thank you. I know Water Jabbers got the "Trust Me, I'm a Doctor" shirt, guaranteed to make you 20 times smarter. Now that claim I have not made, but I'm not going to doubt it. I will sit back and drink my jelly juice and believe it.
You're gonna die.
Yeah, eventually. I hope so.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny because so many people are afraid of death, and they and they fear it, and it's the worst thing in the world. And I completely disagree. I think the worst thing in the world is not living.
Yep. I agree with you.
I completely agree. Now we all have to die. What's the point in fearing it? Being afraid of death is like being afraid of taking your next breath.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go down sometime. And the only thing I really wish is that I could have a page 3 death. I don't know if you guys ever read the Weekly World News.
No,
I have not.
Well, their page 3 was, "You won't believe this." And they would tell stories about how people died. And forgive me, people in the chat, if you've heard this one before, but my favorite story was it was in Morocco or somewhere like that, Northern Africa, somewhere around the civilized parts. And this guy was going out to his bachelor party, and they went to a strip club, and their traditional strippers were more like belly dancers.
Okay.
So they had their nipples covered with like these brass pasties.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And this girl was showing off how deft she was with spinning tassels on the pasties. One of the pasties dislodged from her nipple, flew and hit this guy in the temple and killed him.
Oh, are you kidding?
Death by titties.
That's
where
how
I want to go out, man.
That's how I want to go. I want the death to be so bizarre that it will be printed in Weekly World News.
I almost killed myself in a way that would have been printed in Weekly World News. On accident, entirely on accident. I was not suicidal. So I am fairly ample chested, and I used to also do Renaissance fairs like Cadet does now. So, and of course they're much like higher up. So I was backstage, and I just kind of like leaned my head over to take a nap for a little bit and use them as pillows. And somehow in my sleep, I was moving around, and like my mouth and nose ended up lodged in my own cleavage. And like I distinctly remember in my dream going, I should be breathing. Like, it's weird there's no air in my dream. And somebody came around to wake me up and tapped me on the shoulder, and all you heard was and like I fell off the chair and just laying there on the ground like, oh my God, I almost died. I almost suffocated in my own cleavage while listening.
Okay, I got nothing here. Just do me a favor, Muffin. If you ever intend to assassinate me, let me go out that way.
That's what every single dude who has ever heard that story has said to me, ever.
Actually,
well, now I just don't feel original. Now I got to come up with something better.
Yep.
Actually, it made me think of the dangers of breastfeeding.
Yes. Yes. That can be very dangerous.
And be lucky you haven't shown up or that you didn't show up on the show earlier, because there was cleavage comparisons with Kadant and Viper Sword.
Okay.
They posted in their corsets.
Ah, gotcha. I'd have to go find an old picture because I haven't done Renaissance fairs in years.
You know what? I'm going to be good here and just say nothing.
I kind of like the Renaissance. I kind of like the Renaissance circuit.
I miss doing Renaissance fairs.
It sounds like it would be a good time.
Yeah, I only did it once, and I enjoyed it.
I'm like, it's really fun to be in a guild and like pretend to be people that existed back then and put on shows for people, but only if you're in a good guild. Like, you want to do your research and stuff, because the one that I ended up in was a really bad one.
I just like the idea of being able to get into armor and beat the hell out of somebody with a sword.
You'd have to find a specific guild for that, because not all guilds do that.
Okay.
One of my favorites is, you'd have the heralds during the joust.
Mm-hmm.
That's the job that I wanted, because, oh man, I could do medieval insults. Like, oh, Sir John jousts with a limp lance.
I have a feeling if I ever have a page 3 death, it's just going to be very violent. They're like, oh, he died trying to spear hunt bears.
Well, no, I mean, it's kind of like it has to be ironic and humorous. It's not like they'd bring like a Steve Irwin end on.
Oh, okay, yeah, then I probably won't ever have a page 3 death. My death probably will just be violent and bloody.
Oh, Water Jabbers, my dad, when he started off in early automotives, they had like those assembly line bars that you'd pull the chain and it dragged down like an engine or a heavier car part. And he wasn't looking, and he turned around, and that thing smacked him right between the eyes. And
holy shit!
It was cross shaped. So for the rest of his life, he had, like an unfinished Manson scar. It was like almost the exact place. And one night when he got drunk and passed out, I put the little flares on the end of it to make it look like a swastika. He was pissed, especially because I used an El Marco on him. I used a permanent marker.
You're a dick.
Well, yeah, but my dad was kind of a dick too back then. But at least it gave him an excuse to wear a hat.
Did he need an excuse to wear a hat?
He didn't like wearing hats, but he kind of had to wear one for about 5 days.
A little bit of turpentine would have taken that right off.
I don't know what it was about the El Marcos, but they were a little more hardcore than the Sharpies. He did try to lava it off, and it looked like he had a swastika rash. I mean, he just rubbed it red.
Yeah, no, a little bit of turpentine, undiluted turpentine, though. That's the thing. And that is it's gonna suck on your skin, but yeah, that'd have taken it right off.
Cloak, good morning. And yes, Kadant had to leave to reserve energy on her phone until she can get it charged. She is trapped in the Middle Ages currently. And hopefully she will escape in time. By the way, Byron, I did also send you out the link. So if you'd like to hop, you certainly can. Yeah, well. Yeah, I don't know if he'd go brandishing it, but I tell you, one of the things that I thought was always cool. One of my friend's grandfathers was in World War II, and he came back with a lot of contraband. He came back with like a half dozen daggers, and
Holy fuck, the SS daggers?
yes.
Dude, I want one of those so badly.
Well, he came back with insignias. He also came back with a hat from what is it, the Reichstag. But when he died, he went to will them, to family, and the government came in and took them because it was what do you call it? Hate, I don't know, something hate act. But because he actually had those and shouldn't have had them, they took them away. I don't even know where they actually ended up. It probably ended up in some other guy's collection.
Most likely, yeah.
But I mean, he had a lot.
That's such horse shit.
But he had ceremonial daggers. He had a dirk. He had a couple of bayonet daggers. I mean, they were beautiful. I mean, just the craftsmanship on them.
Oh yeah, no, they're beautiful. That's one thing I do have. I do have a World War II German bayonet. Those things are nice.
Only thing I have is a German coin that I think actually it was stamped in Poland, and it's got the eagle and the swastika on it. I'm fascinated about that kind of stuff. I also have the Medal of Lenin that I bought. All the stuff that's really weird and freaky that are definitely anachronistic and would not fly anyplace else.
Right.
I mean, it's history, man. You can't really kill off history,
and you shouldn't try to.
Yeah, I mean there's an inherent good and inherent evil about everything.
True.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on its purposes, but that's the thing. I don't understand why people get so pissed off about an object. Whether it be a dagger that has a swastika carved into it, or the fucking cross and bars, or the stars and bars of the Confederate flag. I don't understand why people get so offended by it. It's just an item. It's it's what you use it for that matters. I mean, I can understand the symbolism behind it, but ultimately, these things that people get mad anytime they just look at it and see, it's cloth and steel.
Yeah, and honestly, I've lived in the South. I've lived a little bit in Florida, a little bit in Georgia, a little bit in North Carolina, and surprise, surprise, you guys may not believe this, but there are black people down there that have the Dixie flag on their truck.
Dude, I knew a guy down there who had the Dixie flag tattooed on him. He's fucking black as coal.
Yeah, I mean, it's they're like, oh, it's all about racism. And it's like, well, in some aspects it is, but in other aspects it's not, because it was the time where somebody didn't want to go with the system. And it wasn't, the main thing wasn't about slavery. It was made into slavery, but it was more that the South didn't want to be told by the North what they could and couldn't do. So exactly. They were being petulant children saying, oh, well, you don't want us to have slaves? Well, screw you. And, shit escalated. That's the thing,
too. Those people don't understand is, when people think of the South, they think, oh, everybody in the South owned slaves. Like, no, it was a very, very small percentage of people in the South that owned slaves. So it's like it's not even everybody's heritage down there. That's the part of it. They want to attribute, oh, it was the Civil War was all about slavery and it was all the South that had slaves, and no, just people who don't know their fucking history.
No, it was a political struggle where they said, I think we'll solve this at the end of a gun.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. A lot of people died.
Yep.
But, you know, I guess it proved a point. I don't know what it is, but it proved a point somewhere. Oh, by the way, I just got done watching Venom.
Is it worth a damn?
I was like, was it good?
It was interesting. I mean, because, you know, I was running a comic book shop at the time when Venom premiered and came out. And he walked the edge. As a matter of fact, the first toy that they ever brought out of Venom was a talking Venom. It had a little voice box. And you could press one of the 3 buttons. And it would say one of 3 things. Either it would be the hissing sound, or it would say, "Die, Spider-Man, die." Or, and this is what got the toy pulled from the shelves, "I want to eat your brain, Spider-Man."
Oh.
All right.
So he was a little more hardcore. I don't know. The character with Venom and Eddie Brock, there was more of a talking back and forth relationship.
Right.
And that's something that really didn't exist in the comic books. Venom was kind of made like, you know, the snake that convinced Eve to eat the apple. That's kind of like how the hero was, you know, or how it was set up before it became a hero. You know, it was always whispering in Eddie's ear saying, you know, you really need to do this. This is the best thing for you, blah, blah, blah. There was immediately conflict between the 2 characters, and that made it kind of bumpy. But no, I'm not spoiling anything anti-hero as far as it goes. I'm just talking about one facet of the relationship dynamic. I would say, I'll put it this way. It was a better movie than any of the last 3 X-Men.
Okay.
Did Deadpool have a cameo in it?
No, there was no Deadpool. There was only one cameo in it, and you guys can probably guess who that one cameo was.
I'm guessing Lou Ferrigno.
No.
Chuck Liddell?
Yes.
Nice. Gotta love a movie with Chuck Liddell in it. We need to get Rampage Jackson into more movies these days.
I thought he was dead.
No, Rampage is, last time I heard, he's fighting over in Bellator.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he got out of the UFC, and yeah, he's fighting over in Bellator. Yeah, that's the only reason why I'm really into Bellator is because a lot of the fighters who I used to love to watch aren't with the UFC anymore. They're over there.
Well, what is it? Khabib says that if the belt isn't turned over to him, because Dana White would not give him the belt after the fight.
He hadn't even paid Khabib yet.
Yeah. Well, he said unless he turns it over and makes him champion, officially announces him as champion, not just winner of the fight, that he's going to forsake the paycheck and go walk.
Well, he also said he would do the same thing if that guy didn't get rehired, the one who jumped up and smacked the dude from the back. He's like, oh, if you don't rehire him, he's like, I'll take the punishment, but don't punish him, because he took that guy's fight away, and he's like, he'll never fight for the UFC.
Well, but come
and he's
on.
like,
Come
I
on.
stood up for my Russian. He's like, I stood up for my brother, and this is what we do, in my country, and I'm tired of my country being vilified.
Well, yeah,
but
but
he's Russian.
But he did sucker punch him though. He sucker
punched the fucker from behind. All right, that was a bitch move.
But the other guy from his team squared off on him and tried to throw a punch. But then again, as Conor was going over the rail, the one guy who was part of Khabib's team got his fucking well, he didn't get his wig split, but he definitely got a good contusion under his eye socket.
Yeah.
And he couldn't even fight back. I mean, there was nothing he could do. He was halfway straddling on the damn cage when Conor popped him.
Yeah.
And then, of course,
that whole thing was just a fucking mess.
Yeah.
Like, you won the fight. Fucking have a little bit of grace about yourself.
Well, but what do you expect from a guy who was wrestling bears ever since he was 5?
Yeah, what can you expect from a Russian?
Yeah, he was definitely on it. He made Conor look like a bitch.
Oh, dude, no doubt.
And it's just like I thought, because of the Mayweather fight, that they were going to feed Conor somebody easy, so he could build his momentum back.
Well, they probably would have, but that's why Conor did the whole bus stunt. Because he knew that they weren't going to fire him. They knew that they weren't going to he knew he wasn't going to get charges pressed against him. He knew he was going to have lawsuits, but they would not have fucking sued or fired, one of their biggest draws in Conor McGregor. He knew that. So he did all that, and he fucking was yelling about Khabib when he did it. And it was all to set it up so he could get this fight. He's not a stupid man. I mean, he's an arrogant son of a bitch, but he's not a stupid man.
Yeah, well...
he's going to settle his lawsuits. He's going to pay out the money, but he just made back all the money and more that he just lost on these lawsuits by getting his ass kicked.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to...
And that's going to set it up for round 2.
Yeah, they're not going to... well, what I think Dana White probably wants to do is hold up the title so there will be a rematch. But that fight was a clear winner. When you make somebody go unconscious and tap out, that means you lost.
Yeah.
But I still think they should do it Greek style. That they should wrestle naked and oiled.
Me and you have very different ideas of entertainment.
Well, yeah, because they'd just be sliding all over the place. Punches would never connect. Put them in some Ranger panties, and I would agree. I'd be like, that'd be pretty fucking funny. Well, at the turn of the century, boxing, and this was pretty much still bare knuckle, that they would fight until somebody got knocked out, or were too tired to continue. There was one, I think the record is, don't quote me, but it was like 103 rounds.
Damn.
I mean, they just kept going and going and going. But then again, a decent knockdown back then ended the round. So if they could get up from it, then bing, next round.
Right. Well, back when it was just strictly bare knuckle, that most people wouldn't even hit the head, right?
Well,
because that would result in broken wrists.
Yeah. I mean,
actually, it's kind of funny because after they started using boxing gloves, the amount of deaths in fucking boxing actually went up.
So, Muffin, how do you box?
I'm sorry?
When you're in the ring, what method do you use when you box?
I don't box.
Just
Really?
say the Philly shell or Jack Dempsey style.
I don't actually know who those people are, to be honest with you. So, when I was growing up, I wasn't allowed to play sports of any kind because I was very klutzy. So my mom was just straight up like, no, because I don't feel like paying the hospital bills.
Well, that's what field hockey's for. You don't really need a lot of talent, to push a ball around with a stick.
Well, no, it
Or
wasn't so
wrestling?
much a talent thing, because I had I really wanted to try out for softball when I was in middle school, because I had a pretty good throwing arm. The problem was I was a klutz, so I broke a lot of bones before I was even 18.
I cannot say, even though my wife swears how my toe looks now, I can't say that I've ever broken a bone.
From the
I've
time I
broken a
was in
few.
4th grade until I was 19 years old, I had broken my right wrist, my nose twice, my right ankle twice, 3 different bones in my right foot, both bones in my right leg close to the ankle, and then my left big toe and my left thumb.
Jeez.
My goodness, girl.
Yes.
I've broken a few bones in my hands, a few bones in my feet, but damn. Weirdly enough, I've been in probably more fights than I can count, and I have never broken my nose or had my nose broken.
I have not either. I've had my nose clipped a couple times, but yeah, the only thing that resulted from me fighting is a couple of scars and a couple of pushed in knuckles.
I've broken my hand on some dude's jaw before.
Wait, what?
That I broke my hand on some dude's jaw.
Fun.
After a couple minutes, it numbs up, and then you can throw it real hard.
Gotcha.
And see, I was more of a bastard because I never really fought. Fairly.
There's no such thing as a fair fight.
Right? There you go.
Well, because I'd always lead in with a punch, but the punch was more the distraction so I could plant the elbow.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
The object of any fight is to knock your opponent on their ass before they even have a chance to touch you.
And a good morning.
Now, the object of any fight is to beat somebody down to the point where they can no longer become a threat to you.
And,
I mean, sure, if what you're interested in is seriously hurting another person, but you can keep a person from coming after you without actually doing very much damage at all.
I was always interested in making sure that no matter what, they would never come back to try to fight me again.
Ah, okay.
Well,
I was just for context sake, I grew up 20 minutes from the Mexican border. I don't believe in illegal immigration, and I have white skin. Plus, I'm a loudmouth. I got into a lot of fucking fights. So yeah, after a certain point, you get just after fighting the same person over and over, it just gets to the point where you just want them to leave you alone. So you gotta hurt them, and you gotta hurt them bad.
Well, the only discipline that I ever studied at an early age was Wing Chun, and that was because it was basically a martial arts discipline that was invented for nuns, and they did.
Really?
Oh yeah. And it was primarily it taught locks and blocks. So, you could lock somebody's arm down if they threw a punch, or, you knew how to block it.
That's cool.
The whole thing was that the whole fight parameter was in a square box that went from the bridge of your nose down to the tip of your rib cage.
Okay.
And that's where your hands stayed to be able to keep them away from any vitals. I guess since it was by nuns, it was to keep, villagers from grabbing their boobs or something.
Possibly.
Well,
I'm not sure.
But yeah, I mean, I learned a little bit of that, but most of the fighting that I ever learned was just dirty fighting. I mean, if you got somebody who's bigger than you, you go roadhouse on them, man. You kick their knee.
Yep. I got my older brother is 5 years older than me, and he was about 9 inches taller than me. And he's the one who taught me how to fight. And he's like, look, you got to know how to take down a bigger guy. Which is good because I'm only 5'7". I'm usually not the big guy in a fight.
Yeah,
you and I are the same height.
Oh, yeah, we are, aren't we?
Okay, Bullset, good morning, and what? I wasn't getting it. Talking about my avatar. Well, technically, my avatar is a mix of two characters. The name goes into an even deeper explanation, but it's a mix of the Invisible Man, but moreover, a mix of the Unknown Soldier. a long forgotten DC comic book character. So yeah, I should ask, what has inspired both of you guys's names, your alts, so to speak?
Well, as you can see in that picture, I have a tattoo that says "Made in America," and if you go down on my forearm, I have a tattoo of a large phoenix. I love my country, and the phoenix I got because I've been kind of kicked in the teeth a lot by life, and like I've been so broke and so down, dude. I've had to hunt to eat, like literally kill animals and cook, or you die, basically. But every time that's happened, I've always come back, and I've come back a little bit better, and I've come back a little bit stronger, and I've come back a little bit smarter, so I don't get into as many bad situations. So I always said, like the phoenix, I shall rise again.
Well,
so that's at least the inspiration behind the tattoo.
I just put up a meme a couple of days ago that shows like a knight on one knee bleeding, and the caption that I put on it is, it does not matter how many times you fall, it only matters how many times you rise.
Nice.
That's cool.
And yeah, I mean, if you can get up one more time, then you've been knocked down, then you're the winner.
Yep.
You got to kill me to beat me, because otherwise I'm just going to keep coming.
What are you going to show me? I don't know what you're going to show me, Cloak. But I don't know. I showed my balls off already on Twitter.
Now I'm kind of starting to rethink the whole following you thing.
Oh, man. My balls are glorious and shiny, and now I have about 120 of them.
Oh, okay. Something different than what I was thinking.
Get your mind out the gutter. No, one of the things that I collect, and I swear to God, I'm not a hippie, but one of the things that I collect are spheres made from different rocks and minerals.
That's badass.
Nothing wrong with it.
There's a picture on the there's a picture on my Twitter. It's not as extended out as what I have now, but I just pick them up little by little. I mean, I don't really have the money, but I do indulge myself when there's like a $5 sphere, because if you go on to there's a big cottage industry for rocks and minerals on Facebook. There are a lot of people doing live feeds and selling rocks and minerals. And I got to know the people who were selling to the people who were doing the feeds. So every so often I have people show up and go, "Hey man, I just picked up a round of Mangano. Are you interested?" And
that's cool.
Of course I am interested, but I still can't afford Mangano.
Yeah.
Even though it glows in the dark. It's awesome. Okay, I'm going to try to take a picture of this.
I have no idea what Mangano is. I found a lot of rose quartz. That's nice. I like crystal.
Mangano is a pink calcite that fluoresces orange.
Oh, okay.
So it's pretty.
I'll keep an eye out. If I find anything, because I like taking walks, and I'll find different types of crystal and stuff. If I see something like that, I'll pick it up for you.
Oh well, here I'll show you. I think this is this going to be big enough to where you can actually see it. Wait a minute. Did I? No, I'm not doxing myself by taking this picture. So I will. I'll post that up on Ditwathers. Actually, it drives my wife nuts because I'm such a boomer. I'll take a picture of something and then I'll send it to her messenger because it's easier for me to send it to her messenger and then just pull the picture off of there than emailing it to myself and having to try and download it.
Huh.
I feel that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know how to do either, to be honest with you.
Oh well, you saw the OBS that I had worked up, or were you here earlier to see that?
No, I showed up about 10 minutes before I got the link.
Well, I've got a new layout that I'm going to be using for OBS.
Huh?
Let's see here. Life does not get easier; you just get stronger. Yeah, that's kind of the.
I agree with that.
That's kind of the whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But I don't know, man. That wolf's got a shit ton of arrows in it.
It may not be dead right now, but that does not mean it's not going to be dead soon.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, you never gave us your origin story, Little Miss Muffin.
Probably because it's really embarrassing. So, again, I mentioned earlier that I am fairly ample-chested. So for a long time, there was a running joke that there was a portal in between my boobs that led to Narnia. That then branched out to like multiple other places that you could get to via this portal. And apparently in every single location, if you've ever watched Team 4 Stars DBZ Abridged, there was a muffin button in every location.
Gotta love the muffin button.
So that's where that came from, because when Kadent was first saying, hey, you should totally get into all of this with me, but you have to, like, figure out a name and, like, make an account for it and make sure none of it's connected to any of your, like, real life stuff. I was just sitting here like, what am I gonna put? Like, what could I possibly use? And as much as I hated it, that was, like, the only thing I could think of. And I'm like, okay, Kadent, I am Muffin Button. And she was just like, yes! So here we are.
Yeah. Well,
you know what? That makes sense, because the muffin button is the savior of all things.
Well, according to my earlier story, though, my cleavage is also the death of a lot of people, potentially.
Oh, my.
Willing to do it. I'm willing to take that risk.
Roll flat dice.
If I die, write about me on page 3.
Okay, so on the Twitters, I am going to go ahead and post a picture of my balls as they are now, because it's been a while since I've updated it.
I'm really glad that you explained what you meant.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you straight here, Doc. I'm working right now. I'm driving my truck, so I will have to admire your balls later.
Well, most people do enjoy my balls in the privacy of their own home.
No, who doesn't enjoy a good set of balls? That's all I'm saying.
Oh, this is great.
So yeah, if you guys do want to take a look, that's the latest.
I don't actually have Twitter.
I will download the picture and send it to you later.
Well, thank you.
No problem.
I almost got all of them in the shot, but yeah.
Out of context, that sounds really strange. I almost got all my balls in the shot.
Yeah. Well, yeah. my wife hates one of my personal sayings, which is I may have an average sized dick, but my balls are huge. That's probably one of the reasons why she married me. Take that for what it's worth, I guess.
Fucking Indiana, I hate it out here.
Oh God, you're driving in Indy?
Yeah, the roads out here are fucking garbage. Like,
yeah, my wife.
I love how good a time I make driving across Indy. I'm on the 70 right now. I'm gonna hook up to the 74, but it's like I don't care how good a time I make through it. I never get through Indy without my kidneys being in pain by the end.
Yeah, my wife was an escapee from the state of Indiana.
That's good. Yeah, this place, like, it sucks. And it's 45 degrees right now, which just pisses me off. It should be illegal for it to be under 90 degrees.
I don't even know how. I mean,
wait. Did you just say it should be illegal to be under 90 degrees?
Yes, that should be illegal for the outside temperature of any place in America to be under 90 degrees.
Then I would have to leave America because my preferred temperature is like 65.
I love fall weather.
I'm from Arizona. I don't do cold. I hate it.
Oh, wait a minute. It's 43 degrees here now.
Yeah,
I'm from Southern California, and it's like hot as fuck down there too. But I don't want to be in weather any hotter than like 70. Once it gets hotter than 70, I'm uncomfortable.
I just need to be in a place where I can see the leaves on the trees change colors.
Yes, I enjoy
anywhere I'm in
all 4 seasons.
I like seasons too. That's why I'm glad I live in a place that skips the ones that suck.
But then you're not experiencing all 4 seasons. You're only experiencing 2, and they're the most uncomfortable ones.
Yeah, because
we have spring and we have summer, and then we do have a type of fall, and then we have winter. But luckily for us, during winter, it gets down to like, during the day, I mean, it'll get down to probably around 60.
Well, my favorite season.
I got my jacket on.
My favorite seasons in order have to be fall, spring, summer, and winter.
My favorite season is summer.
Summer is my least favorite season.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to make snowballs in summer.
Yeah, it's mostly hard because like my normal internal body temperature is a mild grade fever for most people. Like I run at 99.5 all the time. So you put me in heat and I get overheated really fast and like will vomit and then pass out, and I'm just not having any fun.
I'll keep the air conditioner on.
See, mine's the exact opposite. I was saying that at the beginning of the show. The normal body temperature is 98.6.
Yeah.
My body temperature is 96.8.
My mom's is like that.
So that's why if I hit 100-degree fever, that is a legit fever.
I'm surprised you're not hallucinating already.
I thought I saw Sir Adamantine in the chat. Oh, wait a minute. I did. Hi, Addie. Good morning.
What's good, Addie?
No, I keep staring at the Zombie Dogs menu, though.
Well, here, dude, just if you're feeling sick, warm yourself up a double shot of 100 proof whiskey.
No, actually, when I was talking to Kadant, we were talking about remedies that you don't think are remedies or that would work. And one of my favorite things is when I'm feeling ill and I got a really bad queasy stomach. And good morning, Atema.
Hi, Atema.
I should throw both of you links to come.
Yeah, throw Atema a link.
But
Addie's cool, but if you're only going to do one, throw it to Atema.
But then again, I don't know. Addie just might be sober, and I would hate to pull the streak because the last 2 times he's been on, he's been sober.
Wow, that's got to be some kind of record.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought the force was strong with this one. Let's see.
Adamantine's a solid fucking dude.
Oh yeah.
Him and Atema both really helped me out when my girlfriend left me. Like they were like, hey, can we talk to you? And it was pretty fucking cool of them. Especially for Addie, because he doesn't really know me. Me and him had been on a stream together like a year ago one time, and other than like saying hi to each other in chat every now and again, we didn't really communicate.
Oh hell! I just showed Atema my balls. Damn it! Wrong link. Okay.
She is a married woman, you sir.
Wow. She can appreciate balls. She will never make them her own, but she can always appreciate them.
Now that she knows what your balls look like, how is she gonna feel when she goes and checks out her husband's balls, huh?
Comfortable.
God, if I ever meet Atema, she's gonna slap the shit out of me for that joke.
No, Atema's not the kind of person who would do any slapping. Vehicular manslaughter, on the other hand, that's a definite possibility.
Yeah.
Okay. Links away.
Ooh. So how's everybody's day been? We've talked about some. I don't think I've asked anybody that. Doc, how was your day?
Lord Byron just did a an ad card for the stream where Kadant's holding up a lantern, and I'm the little baby wrapped in swaddling clothing that she's holding. Nice. Classic as ever. Yeah, if I ever, we just been calling them ramble streams, but yeah, I think we actually need to settle on a name for it, because I think it's going to continue to happen. There's nobody else around, so the only reason why I started this in the first place because I was fucking bored and there was nothing on.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the drama streams, they can be entertaining for a while, but it does get a little bit boring after a while.
Dude, they were pretty much almost talking about the same thing from, I shit you not, from sun up to sundown. And a little after that. And I'm just like, oh, God, please.
I did check out the kill stream yesterday and a little bit of the one going on today, but that's only because I kind of wanted to get the venti side of the whole 4chat leaks. And that was just, I don't fucking know, dude. That was just sad. Like, I don't know if you've heard those tapes, but dude, it was just sad. Like it wasn't even funny. It was just like, fuck, I actually feel bad for this dude.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to it. Somebody clipped it, and I listened to it, and it was like, oi, honey, you really need a fucking hobby. Because it wasn't. I mean, it was definitely her who dropped it. It wasn't some weird and outside force.
No, it was. She's the one who recorded it. Like, she's the only one who would have had access to it.
Yeah. So yeah, I just decided to, find what fun I could find, and yeah, Blackout didn't stream today, but at least we got some Joker in, and because Joker always does a good show, and we got Disky getting pissed at Joker when they were playing Killing Floor too, so that was kind of fun. The the computer that I just got in would definitely work for doing those kind of games, but still new. I'm just not a gamer. I think that's the biggest flaw in my armor at this point, is that I just don't game.
I'm not really a gamer either, and I'm not really a big fan of gaming streams. I don't know why. I don't find them that interesting.
Well, it depends on. I mean, if you're talking about a let's play, yes. Unless you're really interested in the subject matter, then it's going to bore the shit out of you. But if you've got guys doing multiplayer, and like how Disky's crew runs, everybody's busting their balls all the way through. So,
well, okay, I like the ZF clan stuff, the Soviet Womble crew. So to be fair, there are some game streams that I like. I like anytime the ZF crews go in, and I do like some PewDiePie Let's Plays, but like it's a very rare occasion that I'll ever watch stuff like that.
The only PewDiePie Let's Play I ever watched was the Can My Pet one, and it was beautiful. If you've never seen it, I would definitely suggest going and watching it.
I don't think I have. I'll take that under advisement. I liked the South Park, the Fractured Butthole one. That was funny.
The only one that I ever watched, and you can tell it's been a long time, was when he played Happy Wheels. And
that would have been a few years ago, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and Happy Wheels is just one of those kind of fuck you games.
Yep.
To where you just want to watch people play to where they finally flip out. Markiplier did a good job of flipping out on that game too.
I don't think I've ever watched a Markiplier video.
Yeah, I kind of liked him. I mean, he's he's close to being a local boy. But I got involved with a project where he was doing a narration for the website I was writing for, and he did a pretty decent job of it. And then we asked him to come back and do one that I'd written, and he was just like, I don't have time. And it's like, okay, dude, you're a fucking millionaire now, and you don't have time. Did you poorly invest in something? I mean, when I get people to come on my Tuesday talk show, my rate of failure is larger than my rate of success. But the one thing that always drives me insane is when somebody goes, well, such and such really doesn't do a lot of interviews, and they're booked for the rest of the year. Well, to me, that's just telling me the times where they can't do it, instead of, oh, hey, you can't do it at all. Okay, fine. Thanks for shopping our Kmart. But I always write them back, and I'm saying, listen, if this is your polite way of telling me to FO, I will respect that. But from what you just sent to me, tells me that I can give you guys a call back at the beginning of the year and see if I can book them. And at least 2/3 of the people, if I'm through most of the gatekeepers, if I'm talking to an agent or an assistant, to the actual person, then they'll be like, well, hey, you've got tenacity. Sure. Let's see if, maybe when it gets to the beginning of next year that he might have some time for you. She might be able to do an interview, that kind of thing.
Yeah. What?
Oh yeah. I will not give up unless people tell me to fuck off. And I mean, right. I have had somebody tell me fuck off bluntly. And I'm like, well, thanks for your time then.
How do you politely tell someone to fuck off? Because I really need to know. Like, I have this issue currently.
Well, the one I got from Mike Mignola, the comic book artist, the guy who created Hellboy. Mm-hmm. He wrote me back personally and said, unfortunately, I'm not currently interested in doing any types of interviews about my work or my career. but thank you for your time.
Okay.
I had another one saying, I'm not currently interested in doing this, nor do I think I will be in the future.
Okay. That's a less polite way of saying fuck off, but still a polite way of saying it.
Yeah. I mean, because unless you're telling me no, then it's still a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
See, I'm not that tactful. I'm a very blunt person. Like, it's just fuck off. That's, I don't know. It's an easier way to do it for me.
well, I thought I lost the interview with Ron Jeremy. If you guys know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm aware.
Okay. I almost lost it. And then I just decided to call his booking agent straight up. And his, not to be racist or classist or stereotyping anything, but he was a real Guido.
That term always makes me laugh.
I was like, hey, there's no money involved in this, but it might be nice for Ron to do some actual interviews that are going to last forever. And people have told me I do decent interviews. Here are a couple interviews. Go ahead, take a listen to them, see if you like them. And he's like, you're just not going to give up, are you? And I'm like, Brother Guido, no. Unless you tell me to fuck off right now, or you're sending somebody over to break my legs, then yeah, this is still on. And he's like, okay, I'm meeting Ron in 2 days, so I'll get an answer from him, and 2 days will be up as of today.
Well, hopefully you hear from him tomorrow.
Yeah. So we'll see if Mr. Guido, sir, actually goes through with what he says he's going to go through.
That'd be cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, people like that, I know a little bit about, or some weird side trivia. Like Ron Jeremy is a narcoleptic.
Really?
Yep.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. How do you find information like that out?
Usually reading a lot of or watching a lot of documentaries.
Okay.
On the documentary for Toxic Avenger 4, Ron Jeremy played a role in it as the mayor of Tromaville.
Gotcha.
And in one of the behind the scenes, it showed him sitting in a chair completely passed out. and they're like, no, he's not drunk. He's a narcoleptic. And then somebody walks up about 2 feet away from him and goes, Ron! And Ron jolts awake. He's like, oh, you need it on set.
Has he ever passed out on set before?
I have I've not seen him pass out on his feet. And that's what they have most of his. He's never really sitting down for any of the stuff that he did for Trauma.
Gotcha.
But they had this one comedian show where it was just a round table. I think it was a Comedy Central show. It was put on by Paul Provenza, and Ron Jeremy was in the audience. And they mentioned, well, I guess we're really impressing Ron. And the camera pans over to Ron in the crowd. He's fucking out. He's asleep.
I always wondered what that would be like. Every time I hear about things like narcolepsy, I'm just like, what would that be like to just randomly fall asleep? It would have to be really frustrating.
I don't know. Just basically,
damn hard to hold down an actual job.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because Ron Jeremy was a teacher, and he taught what we call now special needs kids.
Oh. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh
I didn't
yeah.
know that either.
Okay.
That's awesome.
You guys want to know the background about Ron, how he got into porn?
Sure.
Sure, I guess.
Because I know the story. I've heard it once. He had a big dick. So his girlfriend at the time thought that it was a dick that should be on display. So
Okay.
she took a Polaroid of it and sent it in to Playgirl. And he got into the amateurs section of Playgirl. And then a couple weeks later, after it had hit the newsstand, one of the adult filmmakers called him up and said, "Hey, how would you like to make some money?" And it was more money than he was making with his teaching job. So he's like, "All right, fuck it." Literally. And a good morning to you, Azalea.
Like it's actually morning here now, so I can say good morning to people.
Yeah, it's 4:14 here, roughly.
Yeah.
It's 1:14 over here.
Yeah.
Well,
On the West Coast.
technically, you've been into morning for over an hour.
This is true, but I just now looked at the clock, so I wasn't paying close enough attention before. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty loopy because if you're not really supposed to mix Vicodin and marijuana, but
Who says?
the label.
Hey, you know, the only label that I ever take seriously is the "do not operate heavy machinery."
Yeah, no, I'm just holding my laptop and it's not very heavy, so we're good. The only complex machinery I really have on me at the moment that I have to work is my lighter, and it's not complex enough for me to be worried about it.
Yeah, that's true. Unless it's got that fucking child guard on it. I hate that.
No, fuck that. I always buy Bics and I always take the safety off as soon as I get it because it's a pain in the ass and it hurts my fingers.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I take my needle nose and pop that little son of a bitch out.
Oh, Kadent bought me a Loki helmet keychain, so I use one of the curved horns to pop it out.
I just use my Leatherman.
Your what?
My Leatherman.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what that is.
a Leatherman.
It's a tool. It's a multi-tool. Yeah. It's yeah. It's probably the best all-around just pocket tool you can have. It's got pliers on it, knives. It's got a saw on it, files, leather awl, things like that. Yeah, screwdrivers. It's just, does it replace a full toolkit? No, but the most useful thing you can have in your pocket.
Well, the only bad thing about it is I've got a Leatherman's tool, and the pliers got bent, and I sent it back to them, and then they sent a little message saying, well, they're no longer guaranteed for life. And it's like, well, when I got it, it was guaranteed for life, so you guys can't fucking change the rules.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
No, Kadent is not here this morning, Azalea. She was for a little bit, but she got caught in a wormhole, and now she's back in the Middle Ages, where she cannot charge her phone. And that's kind of sad.
Yeah. It's weird because, I've known Kadent for, almost 10 years now. And, we go through these weird phases where we don't talk for months at all. We won't, no messages, no texts, no phone calls, no nothing. And then one of us will call the other one, and then we'll, spend, 5 or 6 months talking to each other, almost every day. And then it'll just peter out until we don't talk to each other for a few months. And we just go back and forth like that. But it's no time has ever passed. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. I have a friend like that I met in junior high school. And once we graduated, I didn't talk to him for about 4 or 5 years. Then I found out where he lived. and he and I struck up a conversation again. And since we were both single, we both did many adult things in the same room. And that kind of faded out. He got married, became a park ranger, and moved down to Florida. And he was one of the first guys that I ever rode bikes with. And
what kind of bikes did you have?
Well, we started off initially with like dirt bikes, and then we moved up to like like Honda 750s, Cowie 500s,
crotch rockets. Got it.
No, not crotch rockets.
So here's Kawasaki, and everybody assumes a crotch rocket. I have to deal with that. I got a Kawasaki 900.
Hey, yeah, most Kawasaki's are crotch rockets, though. Like most of the ones that you do see generally on the street, that's what they are.
Well, yes, but you are young. And
yes, I am. Well, ish.
And back when I was young, everybody.
I'm the youngest person here.
Well, everybody wanted to make tour bikes. And tour bikes were not built for speed; they were built for distance. I mean, they were cruisers. So, yeah. Wait a minute. Atema's asking if she knows you as Muffy.
I don't know if anyone has ever called me Muffy before. I don't know if Cadence ever called me Muffy to anyone. But usually, if you've heard of me, you've heard of me through Cadent. Because I'm like super new to this whole streaming thing. Like I just started maybe a week or so ago.
So what gave you the bug to actually do it?
Cadent.
Yeah. She's a bad influence.
No, she's a wonderful influence. What are you talking about?
Well, it was so funny because when I initially started doing the Ramble streams, it was just me, and occasionally I would bring people on, and I brought her on, and we had a real nice conversation. And so every time I saw her, I'd invite her back.
Yeah.
And she's like, I kind of like this because this is a place where I can, kind of let my hair down and I don't have to work my gimmick. And I was like, what gimmick were you working? And she was like, well, apparently you never watched the cunt stream. And I'm like, no, hell no. And she was like, yeah, I have to be, like this ditzy, silly bitch. And I was like, well, you've never been that way to me when you got onto my streams. And I'll be honest with you, I probably wouldn't have invited you back if you would have been running that gimmick. I like the way she talks smart. And yeah, I mean, she kind of gave me the grumbly face when the Australians invaded and yelled at each other for like 45 minutes. I'm like, yeah, that was a little bit too much fighting. So we'll not do that again.
Yeah. No, she told me tonight, or actually she told me last night because I was in your chat last night. But she was like, no, his stream is always like drama free. There's never drama there. And I'm like, that's really nice because there seems to be a lot of drama all around this place.
Yeah, well, I always look at YouTube like an actual physical state, and the city that we're living in currently has quite a mix of SJWs and alt-righters, and they love to go back and forth at each other.
Yeah, but
there has to be some place, I'm not going to say a safe space because, this really isn't a safe space for me because of the fucking stories that I end up telling. But it's nice to have neutral territory to where you can go and just talk about mundane shit and just jibber jabber as much as you want. And you know, that's the whole premise, is that there's just people talking about stuff, not like, oh, did you hear what such and such said to so and so, or oh, I've got a beef with this person, we need to bring them on.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we don't. No, we really don't. I've had enough mundane Matt and Andy Worski drama. Don't need any more. Thank you. I have my fill. The dance card is full. Let's move on.
I love that saying, but almost nobody uses it anymore.
What, the dance card's full?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was raised by my grandfather, who was raised through the Depression.
Gotcha.
So, yeah,
cool.
he would sit down. That man was amazing. He would sit down and tell some of the most awesome stories. He was not only a fire and brimstone preacher, but I believe his true calling was as an Appalachian storyteller.
All right.
And he could take even the most boring, the most trite story, and the way he would tell it would make you interested. The reason why I say that is because he did actually bring up, because of his age, he missed being in any major war.
Okay.
Because he was already too old. He was too young, or no, wait, yeah, he was just past the point of being of age to go to World War I, and he didn't. And he was too old when World War II came around.
Gotcha.
So he told me an old story about, you know, the first time that he got a hug and a kiss. He went to what they used to call dime a dance clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that's where the girls had their cards, and, you know, you would pay the dime and get on their card. And, you know, this is essentially where, you know, lonely guys and military guys got the chance to dance with women.
That's cool.
Yeah. And half the time there was prostitution involved, but it was kind of fun listening to my grandfather, the minister, try to skirt around the issue about prostitutes.
I would imagine that would be amusing, because both of my grandparents, both my mother's father and mother, are ordained ministers. My nanny even went through all the schooling and stuff like that when women were like, it was super frowned upon for a woman to even speak in a church, let alone be a pastor of a church.
Oh yeah.
So like, she went through a lot of drama just to become a pastor, but both of my mother's parents are ordained ministers. They used to have their own church before they ran out of money and they had to close it down.
What was the denomination?
To be honest with you, I don't think they actually claimed any particular denomination. I believe that their church was a non-denominational Christian church. Like, okay. No specific type of Christian, just if you were Christian and believed in the general Christian faith, you were more than welcome. Like, they had Catholics that came in to worship on Sundays sometimes too. So,
well, I say that knowing that I was raised Pentecostal Apostolic.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you know, the holiest of holy rollers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where they, you know, took certain scripture to mean law, like, you know, for the glory of a woman is her hair. So women weren't allowed to cut their hair.
Yeah.
Slacks were completely out for women. They were not allowed to wear them at all. Always had to be dresses. And they even got to the point where they dissuaded people wearing the color red because that was the devil's color.
I would never be able to go to your church because I rarely ever wear dresses, and red is one of the colors I wear most often.
Oh, that's okay. I mean,
I wear black, but maroon is my favorite color.
Well, I was ordained at 13, and
wow.
and my grandfather had high hopes of me following in his footsteps, since his son, who was just as charismatic, decided to become an alcoholic plant manager for GM. So
Okay.
so he picked his path, but he did have a kick ass. He had a '76 Chevy van, and it had hidey holes for his bong, and
That's cool.
and it even had a disco ball in it, and shag carpeting.
See, oddly
Nice.
enough, like I'm 30. I was born in 1988, and like my dream car is a VW bus that's either like faded blue or tie-dye, but it has to have shag carpet and a waterbed in the back.
You don't want a waterbed. You don't.
I don't want a waterbed. Okay,
Well, because it kills the mileage because it's so heavy.
that makes sense.
That's why usually most of the pop-up VWs that you'll find have those shitty foam beds
Yeah.
because they're incredibly lightweight. One of my bestest girlfriends, her husband was a VW Bug fanatic, and he eventually died of a heart attack suddenly. They had no idea that it was oncoming or that he had heart disease or anything. But he had just finished remodeling his very first VW, and it was like 1968 or 69, and it was a pop-up.
Oh, cool.
But
That's awesome.
and it was so sad because he got it finished, but he never drove it.
Sad.
Oh man, that's
That is
heartbreaking.
super sad.
And his wife, my friend, could never even bring herself to get behind the wheel.
Damn.
So she let it sit in the backyard for about 2 years,
Mhm.
and then she was like, "If I leave it out here any longer, that thing's gonna, go to waste."
Yeah.
So she put it out there on the market to VW collectors, and it sold in less than a week.
Oh yeah, definitely. I ended up with my love of Volkswagen because when I was younger, my dad used to he had a Bug, and anytime anything went wrong with it, he'd take care of it himself. Like my dad used to be able to take apart a VW engine, clean it, and put it back together in like under 2 hours. So like we'd like sit there. Oh, I was like super little, so I didn't actually help him do anything. I just handed him tools, but it was like a bonding experience. So I've always had like a special soft spot for like Bugs, and the bus is just my own weird like fantasy, but I do have a soft spot for Volkswagens because my dad.
Oh yeah,
That van would definitely fit in up there in Portland.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, my dad was a big motorhead, and he loved Mercuries and Fords, and he had one that we used to call the Batmobile.
Nice.
It was a '58 Plymouth ragtop, and it had push button transmission on it.
Okay.
And he sold it. Oh God, had to be maybe about 10 or 15 years ago, but he sold it for like 35,000, and I couldn't believe that he actually sold it because it was only one of 3 working models left.
Oh wow!
But it had the big fins and the lights like the Batmobile was actually a concept car. But that was one of the ones that closest looked like the Batmobile.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Anytime he wanted to show off, he would ride around in that thing. But then he found himself a boat to drive, which was a Galaxy 500. I mean, you could hit a small school with it, and it would still keep going.
Yeah.
I drove a Landau once. It was a Ford Thunderbird. I don't remember the year, but it was gigantic and had the shittiest turn radius of any car I've ever driven in my life.
Oh yeah, well, a lot of people nowadays forget that there wasn't a thing called power steering until you got into the late 70s.
Yep.
Nope, everything was strong arm.
Yeah, and some of them had I don't know if you know the terminology or not, a captain's wheel.
I don't know.
That's where they would put a peg in the steering wheel that was perpendicular to the steering wheel, so you could grab onto that peg just like a captain's wheel and spin it.
Wow.
We
Yeah.
use something similar in trucking, except we call it the cheater knob, and it kind of bolts onto our steering wheel because turning these things is a bitch.
Yeah, I did a little bit of trucking, but OTR was not for me once they diagnosed me with diabetes.
Yeah, no,
No.
you couldn't even keep a medical card after that. I don't think.
Yep, my CDO got pulled in a heartbeat, and I even had qualification with hazmat too.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. So, hey, you know, when God closes one door, He'll slam the window on your fingers.
Wasn't your path, man.
I'm sorry, that was great. I've never heard that before. That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Well,
Can I use that?
I am running a fever now, so.
No, but really though, that was great. Can I use that?
Feel free.
Sweet, thank you.
But yeah, I used to enjoy sitting back with my grandfather, especially in his later years. I mean, he literally ministered from his 20s to his 70s, and he lived into his 90s. And it was that time between his 70s and his 90s that we'd sit down and have philosophical conversations. And a good morning to you, numbskull. And he would never quite convince me, but he was so eloquent in the way that he said things. He was the kind of minister that had read the Bible enough to where he didn't feel like he needed to whip out scripture and verse on you.
Okay.
He would do them more as parables.
The way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And I still do consider Songs of Solomon probably some of the best poetry that was written back then.
Some of the best, and honestly, some of the raunchiest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could get there. But
for the time, if you think about it, for the time.
Oh yeah.
Definitely some of the raunchiest poetry.
But but yeah, but I would come back to him in my vernacular and explain the story as how I knew it. And he just kind of looked at me and he's like, well, that's one way to look at it.
Nice.
And he never did the "you're wrong, you're a sinner, you're going to hell." He always had the belief that you do not witness to people unless they ask you to. That you need to live your life as best as you can, and if someone gains some type of inspiration or they want to know more, then at that point you're allowed to minister to them. Besides that, you stick to your own business. And
I like that.
And I don't know anybody in religion right now that has that kind of deal. I'm not a person who's based on religion. I'm based on faith. And
my grandparents are like that though.
Yeah. I mean that's what it should be, because
yeah,
religion was technically supposed to inspire faith.
Mm-hmm.
But why do you need religion if you can find faith in I don't know, a pretty rock or a clean stream, or you know, a bowling average of 275? You know, it's just whatever you can find faith in. then use that to inspire yourself, to push yourself to go further, to do better, to be a better person.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be for. Like, most people think that like religion is supposed to be for like you go to church so they can tell you how to be a good person. But that's not what it is. Like, the Bible isn't there to be like you have to act exactly like this or you're not a good person. It's basically there to be like, okay, look, here's the basic guidelines. Be nice to everybody. Help other people. Love everybody. Do good things for others. Help other people find Christ. Like, it's all about like building yourself up through the helping of others and being helped in return. But most people look at it as okay, well, that person doesn't go to church, so I don't have to help them, or I'm not going to help them. I'm just going to help the people that go to my church. And if the people that go to my church don't give enough money, I'm not going to help them either, because they're not worshiping the right way.
By the way,
and like, what?
Have you ever done the fortune teller gimmick?
No, I don't think I know what that is.
Oh, it's great. Okay, the Bible was written so generically.
Yes.
That if somebody has a question, you can flip open to any page in the Bible, hit any verse of scripture, and it will have some type of application, whether esoteric or right on the nose, just like how tarot cards are.
All right. That makes sense.
So I treat the Bible like Aesop's fables. I mean, they're supposed to be object lessons. They're supposed to be teaching you, or basically saying, here's some examples of people who were good. But yeah, if you ever want to do the fortune teller gimmick on somebody, it's hilarious. It will not go wrong.
Honestly, I think I do, because like I had an argument with my mother once, because like my whole family is Christian, except me. I'm the pagan. So it really bothers my mom. It doesn't bother my grandparents, you know, the ministers, but it bothers my mom. So like we had an argument once because I read tarot cards, and she was like, I don't want them in my house because they're evil. And I'm like, the cards aren't evil though. She was like, no, but they are. Like, they do evil things. And I'm like, question, if I bought a hammer and I took it home and I built a chair, did the hammer do something good, or did I do something good with the hammer? Mom's like, well, you did something good with the hammer. And I'm like, cool. So if I bought a hammer and I took it home and I murdered my family with it, did the hammer do something bad, or did I do something bad with the hammer? She's like, well, you did something bad with the hammer. I'm like, exactly. Now, tarot cards are a tool. It matters on how you use the tool. The Bible is the same way. It is a tool to be used on how to guide one's life, if that's how you believe in it. Some people can say that the Bible is evil. There is a lot of violence in the Bible. There has been a lot of violence inspired by the Bible. So going by the same like rules, the Bible is evil. But you wouldn't think the Bible is evil because it's a tool. Same thing goes for tarot cards. If you bought a deck of tarot cards and you put them in your house and you never touched them and you never did anything with them, nothing would happen.
Well, it's like we were saying earlier. It's just an object. It's the person that defines good and evil.
Exactly. So I'm like, I want to use that against my mom, so I can just be like, look, your Bible is a fucking deck of tarot cards.
Yeah.
Is your Bible evil?
Yeah, I mean, basically, only thing that both of those were meant for were some type of interpretation.
Exactly.
My wife heavily believes in tarot. I have a tarot deck, but it was just because it looked cool.
Mm-hmm.
But I also made like I made a leather pouch for it, and it's got a nice little griffin holding a dual pointed crystal.
May I say that I am very appreciative of your respect for a tarot deck, even though you don't use them.
Well, yeah, I mean, if nothing else, I had a girlfriend who wanted to use them, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's fine as long as you put them back, because you know if you're following with the with the mythology, then as long as you're putting it back into a pouch or a holder that has a crystal guarding it or cleansing it, then you can't pass on energy, good or bad, to the deck.
Yeah, which, yes, decks do absorb energy, but everything absorbs energy, technically, like literally everything.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the only difference being that, like, depending on the energy and depending on the sensitivity of the person, if they were to touch your deck after some negative energy went through it, they might sense said negative energy and, like, it might feel weird, or they touch the cards and get a weird feeling in their gut or something. But generally, nothing too terrible like comes from it. You might be mildly uncomfortable after touching the cards, and at that point, you would just cleanse them like you would any other stone or anything else that has energy in it.
Yeah,
and then you go from there.
Yeah, and one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of the crystals and minerals out there are crystalline based. Even a lot of the rocks are. And I don't necessarily believe in ghosts, but I do believe in resonant energy, which means that that things like crystals can actually absorb. I don't know if you'd call it spiritual energy, but the old saying, energy's never created or destroyed; it simply changes forms.
Yes.
That some people, if they are attuned enough, can actually pass energy on, and that energy can hang around and be like be like that snowy shadow that you used to get on the old TVs that you had to tune in, where you kind of see the image, but not really, because it's faded and degraded. So yeah, I and wifey's like, no, you believe in ghosts because of this and that, and I was like, I've had some supernatural experiences, but I'm not putting all the eggs into that basket. I think there can be. And yes, you are right, Lord Byron. We have Shakes the Dono Ghost as proof that there is the supernatural.
We have who?
It's a gimmick that another content creator does. The Killing Joke. Anytime he wants people to donate to his Streamlabs, he'll bring out this graphic of a cigar smoking hobo with a sheet over his head. And
all right,
and it's a clown. Oh, wait a minute. Did you tweet it out, or did you just DM it to me? But yeah, he comes on and he's like, ooh, oh, that's killer. That's awesome. Lord Byron is one of our resident artists, and and he does some awesome stuff.
Sweet.
And that's one of the things, because the people that and I hope this doesn't sound egotistical in any way, but the people who seem to have started to surround us, just as the boring, untalented in the arts, content creators, we've been getting some awesome artists that have cranked out some work that is just freaking amazing.
Oh, good. I love artwork. I just love art in general.
Oh yeah, it's I think it initially started just because people were like, well, if we're going to do memes and we're going to make things meme specific, then we definitely want to have meme heads.
Yeah.
And there are now like a shit ton of meme heads out there of like me and Killing Joke, and Optic Decay, and it's funny because Optic is an artist, but he doesn't do a lot of meme heads. But Blackout does a shit ton of them. Lord Byron does a shit ton of them, and it's great. It makes our job as memers a shit ton easier.
All right.
I mean, I may be able to think up the gimmick, but you know, my ability to draw is long gone. Well, I don't know. It might come back. I keep trying to train myself back to it. But if I keep having these fucking mini strokes, then you know it's like the Greek tragedy of Sisyphus. You know, you get that boulder up to the top of the hill, then shit, it slips and goes back down. You have to go back down and push it back up.
Yeah.
You know, it's an endless cycle.
You know, if he would have just been smart, he could have had a good pair of chalks on hand, and that wouldn't have happened.
Well, no, you know, the Greeks didn't really think of much of anything. I mean, shit, they were wearing, you know, they were wearing mini skirts for most of their reign.
Yeah. I mean, they weren't necessarily bad-looking miniskirts.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. You know, if they really wanted to bring MMA back to its roots, that they would have the guys wrestle naked and oiled up.
Yeah.
Because that's how the Greeks did it.
Yep.
But then again, the Greeks did it in the butt too. And not every MMA fighters do that.
Although a lot of the moves sound like they do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a fan.
I don't know if I'd necessarily call myself a fan because like I don't go out of my way to watch it. But when I was back in California, there was a bar in the next city over that used to you pay like $5 at the door and they'd like buy it like pay-per-view or whatever and like show it on like all the TVs.
Oh yeah.
In the bar. So we used to go all the time. It was a lot of fun. Like I always had a lot of fun while I was there.
Well, back in my day, they had this thing called closed circuit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was before, you know, cable actually existed where they'd satellite beam it into a place. You know, the place had to have, you know, the old big clunky, you know, 10, 20 foot wide dish. Yeah, that's how I watched the first 3 WrestleManias.
Nice.
Those were definitely kind of fun, and yeah, the bars.
Wait, you actually got to watch Hulk body slam Yokozuna live? That would have been cool.
Wait a minute. What was it? No, he didn't. Did he do him at SummerSlam?
No, he did it at WrestleMania.
Well, I know he body slammed Andre.
Oh, you're right. No, that was Andre. I'm thinking yeah, you're right. Yokozuna was at a different time because that was when Bret Hart dropped the title to Yokozuna, and then Hulk Hogan took the title shot. I think maybe that was at I don't know. It was before I was alive.
Dude, that was SummerSlam in my hometown, and I was there.
Oh, you lucky fuck!
Oh, I've been around, man. I've been around.
Nice, dude. Yeah, another one that I wish I could have seen live is Taker versus Foley, Hell in the Cell.
No, that was a little too far. We actually thought about going to it because it was in Pittsburgh. We thought about it, and it's like, well, no, let's just spend the money on liquor and a pay-per-view.
Yeah.
And I had that tape because I was, you know, I was like, fuck that. If I'm paying $20 for this, I'm taping it. So.
Oh yeah, we did that too.
So that was one of the first tapes that actually came up missing because somebody borrowed it and never gave it back. But I used to do. I was such a geek. I used to do the thing. I don't know if you remember this, but after the pay-per-views, wrestlers would go on to QVC and they'd hawk merchandise for 1 or 2 hours.
Again, that was before my time.
I would not only tape the pay-per-view, I would tape the QVC special on the end of it.
Nice.
And since the tapes ran for like 6 hours, I would then tape the next night Raw on it.
Nice. Dude, my dad still has some of his old Nitro tapes.
Oh, dude, I used to love to go to Nitro. Matter of fact, the last time that I got to take my grandfather out anywhere was the night when the NWO took over Nitro.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, when you know they revealed the brand new set and everything.
Yeah.
That was held in my hometown, and I took my grandfather to it, and I got like third row seats.
Wow.
Not camera side, but I didn't give a shit. I mean, he was an old man at the time, so I think he just would appreciate it because he was the one who turned me on to it when I was like 7 years old. I mean, I got to see the, you know, like what was like Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer and the original Sheik. Sheik came down with his Outlaw Federation, and that I got to watch big time wrestling, and I was hooked. But we were there, and these fucking kids in front of us, they were, I would say probably late teens, maybe early 20s. And we were in the third row, so we sat down most of the time. Well, these kids kept standing up. And it's like, you guys, it's cool if you stand up, if you want to cheer the guys coming in, but sit your asses down so we can watch.
Yeah.
Well, they thought they'd be smart asses about it. And they stood on their chairs after I said that.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which one of you kicked the legs out from underneath the chair?
That would
For
be.
real?
That would be. I said, you guys, this is not going to work out well for you. And they're like, oh, what the fuck are you going to do? Well, kick. And they went down on each other. And not in the healthy relationship kind of way. And they all turned around and looked at me and were like evil eyeing me. And I was like, you get in the way of my grandfather again, and I will beat you with those chairs. So you got a choice. You want to come at me now and get kicked out, or do you want me to beat you down when you do this stupid shit again? Those are your two choices. And they just kind of growled and they sat in their seats for the rest of the time.
Yeah, nobody cares if you get loud. Nobody cares if you get a little rowdy, but make sure that you're not blocking other people from being able to watch.
Oh, dude, I went to a house show where it was an A show because wait, I don't know if do you guys know the difference between an A and a B show?
I don't.
An A show usually has their hottest wrestlers at the time. And the B show is, these guys are superstars, but still they're not,
So like the difference between an A and B movie.
Completely correct.
Okay.
So this was an A house show. I had tickets. I was in, I think, like the 4th or 5th row because I had a buddy who worked for the place. There was this little kid with his dad in front of us, and a little kid had the sign, and he kept holding up the sign. And I kind of leaned over to the dad, and I was like, you know what? I'm glad he's enthusiastic about it, but that sign says Stone Cold Steve Austin, and the match that we're watching right now is Mark Marrow. So if you wouldn't mind, can you have him keep the sign down until Austin actually comes out? I know he's enthusiastic about it, but it's really kind of bugging the piss out of me.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, Yeah, I'd like to see you do something about it. And I was like, dude, I'm not going to whip your ass in front of your fucking kid.
But I will if you push it.
I'm like, let's be a little bit civil here. I'll even buy you a beer. And so he was not all about it. So I leaned over to the kid and I said, hey, kid, I tell you what, if you can make sure you use that sign when Stone Cold actually comes out, I'll even buy you a shirt. But until then, can you just set it down next to your chair? And he kind of looked at me and he's like, for a shirt? I'm like, yep, for a shirt. And he's like, okay. Now, you guys want to know the button on the story?
Yes.
What's that?
I didn't get him a shirt because his dad was a fucking dick.
Why? Did he not let you?
No.
He never intended to buy the kid a shirt. He lied to him to make him put the fucking sign down.
Got it.
Because apparently this guy didn't know how to teach his kid how to be civil. So, he might as well learn a lesson early.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a real asshole a long, long time ago.
It's okay, me too.
I kind of settled down. I'd rather I would seriously nowadays rather buy somebody a beer than have to get into a fight. Unlike Tennessee Marine. Oh, well, hi. Good morning, Tennessee.
What's good, Tennessee?
And if you don't know Tennessee Marine, then you don't know our side of the internet yet.
I mean, I am new. Like, I really did just start all this like a week ago.
He's a good dude.
Just don't let him ask you about any of your personal amorous experiences at around 3 a.m.
Okay.
Because it might be a little liquor fueled.
Ah, okay. Thank you for the warning.
But we love him anyway.
Okay.
You'll see him popping in and out. I don't know. Well, okay. Right now, who do you normally listen to?
Honestly, like, I haven't really gotten into the listening part. Like, I really did just get launched into this because, like, one night I couldn't sleep, and like, Kadunt I think she was doing a stream with someone, but I had called her because I was upset, and like, she went off her stream and like tried to calm me down by having me listen to a past stream with someone who had a really soothing voice to try to help me fall asleep. But I listened to the whole thing and I was still awake at the end. So she invited me to a hangout where I met Antihero, Lo-Fi, and Sparky. And we all just like hung out for a while. And then a couple days later, Lo-Fi was doing one of her Not Safe for Wednesday streams. And
don't look at me like that. You're going to get your ass kicked.
I asked Kadunt for a link so I could watch. And she ended up sending me one to be on the stream. So it was kind of like I literally just got launched into it like 2 days after just meeting a bunch of people.
Kat, I'm telling you right now, she's going to kick your ass again. Just don't.
Wow, I knew that you were new when I saw you on a stream, but I didn't know that was your first stream ever.
Yes, the stream that you and I met on was my very first stream ever.
You
seem to take to it pretty well.
Hey,
well, thank you.
If she don't want to play, she's not going to play, and she's going to split your fucking nose open again like she did last time.
Is it 2 cats or is it a cat and a dog?
2 cats.
I assumed it was children.
We have a black cat and a white cat, and apparently white cat's been chasing black cat around, and black cat just really doesn't want anything to do with her right now, and white cat just keeps nosing up and trying to paw at her, and black cat just will rear back on her haunches and just sink her fucking claws into the top of the white cat's head. That cat is scratched up like a road map.
Oh, poor baby.
And I'm like, you just stop it. She's gonna fuck you up. Quit it.
Yeah. No, that's
now
actually
that
how
this
it
is
is
out on
in
the
my
internet.
apartment.
Let's see if there's a protest for Black Cat Lives Matter.
It's not the black cat though that's being abused. It's the white cat that's being abused.
Yeah, but you know they're gonna blame they're gonna be like the black cat is the victim and oppressed.
Well,
No, actually, most people don't care about black cats, to be honest.
oh no. She's got the black cat wound up now. Now the black cat's fixing her.
It's because I own a black cat, and one of my roommates owns a white cat, and like because the funny part about it is that like my roommate's white cat wants to be best friends with my black cat, and my cat wants nothing to do with her, and so it's like constantly like chasing her out of my room. It's like the same kind of deal, just in a different household. Well, maybe it's just black cats and white cats can't get along. I don't know.
Well, they're from.
That's incredibly racist, Muffin.
My apologies.
And which iteration of your spirit animal is this cat that you're currently having?
The third one.
Okay. I could not. I know you told me the other day, but I could not remember.
That's okay.
Well, wifey wanted a black cat, and I said, if you guys, if you're really that interested in getting a cat, you have to get 2 cats, because I don't want to have to entertain the damn thing. So,
they mostly entertain themselves, though.
So they can take care of each other. When they get bored, they can play together. They don't have to attack my feet like normally cats will do. So we go to pick them up in a trailer park, and immediately these big-headed little itty-bitty cats come bounding out of the trailer park door. One of them all white, one of them all black, and they have they have blue eyes. So you know these little fuckers are too young. They haven't been weaned. They shouldn't have been separated from their mother. They're probably at the most maybe 4 weeks old.
Sad.
And black cat, which is what my wife wanted, was a black cat. The little black cat immediately bounded up to her and started nuzzling on her. And the white cat immediately bounded up to me and laid down on my foot.
That's adorable.
So broke my heart, daddy's girl, right? Well,
yeah.
Wrong. Like 3 months later, they switch alliances. And now the black cat won't leave me alone, and the white cat won't leave wifey alone. Literally, the black cat will jump up on my lap, and I'll go, "Do you want to lay down?" And the cat will literally start to lean away from me, because normally what I do is grab her around her legs and just flop her down on her side.
Yeah.
But she always starts going into that lean, and so I have to grab her before she falls off my lap. And I don't really need to pet her. I don't know where she picked this up from, because it certainly wasn't in the formulative stages, you know, that first 3 months, because that was wifey's cat.
Yeah.
Once the cat's laying down, I can put my hand around her throat and she'll go to sleep.
Weird.
Her eyes will just roll up back into the back of her head, and she'll just start purr snoring.
Okay.
That damn purr is the only thing that gets me about cats. Like, I don't like
so
cats
cute.
all that much. I really don't. I've never wanted one as a pet, but I'll admit I did have a pet cat at one point because the little bastard got me with that purr.
One of my favorite things to do is to like start petting my cat just to get her motor going, and then I'll like lay my head on her stomach so I can listen to it like super close. She only lets me do it for a little bit before she starts getting irritated because my head is on her stomach.
Well, we taught the cats. They've been indoor cats, so they've interacted with no one but humans that have come through the door. So we pet their bellies, and they love that.
Well, I got my cat as a rescue cat. I got her when she was already 6 years old, and I got her from the Humane Society up here. And she was bullied in the house previous to the one, like, to me. And then on top of that, she was a stray cat for the first 18 months of her life. So, like, belly touching. We haven't we've gotten to the point where like I can touch her belly if I need to like check to make sure that she's okay, because like sometimes she's old, so sometimes she gets backed up. But like we haven't gotten to the point where she's 100% comfortable with me touching her belly. And it's going to take a while because I've only had her for 3 years and she was someone else's cat before me. And I'm pretty sure she was abused not only by the other animals, but by her owners, because she's got a lot of weird behaviors that like are not normal in a healthy cat. So I'm like, we're getting there. And I'm sure we'll get there eventually. We're just not there yet.
Well, yeah, my mom used to take in, she used to babysit rescue dogs. Yeah, take them in, hold them for a couple of months until they found somebody to family up with them.
That has to be heartbreaking, though.
And, well, every so often she wouldn't let one go. So,
okay.
So they got in one dog, and the dog apparently did have the problems that you were talking about in an abusive household. Mm-hmm. And apparently the person that abused it had a voice that was similar to mine.
Sad.
So that dog would just go off barking and gnashing its teeth and stuff. But when they would leave and go away, and I'd have to go over to their house and you know, let the dogs out and feed them. Mm-hmm. That dog was all lovey-dovey on me.
Huh.
But the moment, like one time I was sitting on their back porch and the dog was on my lap, upside down, and I was sitting there just scratching her belly. They pull up in the car and get out of the car. As soon as the dog sees them, the dog is on its back, growling and trying to bite me.
I wonder.
Probably just wanted to keep up appearances.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's so much keeping up appearances as I wonder if the abusive household that they came from, if the abuser that sounded like you also abused like the other owners of the dog, like in front of the dog. So it may, when its owners are around, it may have because of your voice, it may have like connected you with violence towards the owners. So when it saw the owners, it was like, now I have to protect them because now they're in danger.
Well, it tried to bite me once, but I did the old Briar trick where
What's that?
You take your thumb, you stick it in their mouth, and you press it against their palate, and then you grab.
I do that with my cat.
And then you grab the top of their muzzle at the same time, and that will freak a dog out and will make them press the pause button quicker than shit because they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I just if I've had dogs try to bite me, and I just tackle them and bite them on the ear. Dog won't bite you after that. They'll leave you the hell alone. Well, or they'll like if you're nice to it after that. If like after you bite it on the ear and it yaps, you let it up, and if you start petting it, that dog's going to love you after that. But you got to establish that dominance of, hey, back the hell up. You're not the boss here.
By the way, Tennessee, you're more than welcome to drop by so you can say hi to the new girl in town.
That's me. I'm the new girl.
I will send you the link. And yeah, I think I'm. Ooh, damn. Okay, a little hard to focus.
How are you feeling, by the way?
It's a little hard to focus.
Okay. Have you checked your temperature recently?
No, but let me send this link real quick, and I will grab the thermometer. I shall return.
Okay.
Also, go get a bandana, put some water on it, and put it in your freezer for about 10 minutes. Wrap that around your throat. It'll drop your core body temperature.
Cats, god damn it.
So, Muffin, how was your day? You never got a chance to answer that question earlier.
No, sorry. It was okay. I did a lot of cooking at my client's house today, which is why there wasn't a lot of like communication. He doesn't often ask me. don't know. I'm like, he doesn't often ask me to cook like a lot for him, but occasionally he'll be like, I really want to eat good for the next couple of days, so I'd really like you to make me some food. And then he always tells me to put my foot in it, which apparently is a good thing.
It's just a colloquialism. It just means put a lot of effort into it.
Well, yeah, no, he told me, like, because the first time he had any of my cooking, he was like, man, you sure put your foot in that. And I was like, oh my God, was it gross? Like, I'm so sorry. He's like, you've never heard that before? I'm like, no. He's like, it's an old Southern term. He's like, it means it was really, really good. And I was like, oh, okay. You scared me for a second. I was going to be like, I am so terribly sorry. I'm usually really good at cooking. I'm sorry. And he's like, no. It was amazing. So, like, now occasionally he'll be like, okay, so I need you to make me this, this, and this. And I'm like, all right, I got you. And then I spend all day cooking.
Nice. You know what? Actually, I'm going to teach you how to shoot when I come up to Portland. Like, that's the best way to pay me back is just make me some meals that I can take back in the truck with me.
Do you have a way of storing food that could go bad?
I got a refrigerator.
Okay. I was like, because if you don't have a way of storing food, that would be difficult and would limit me mostly to baked goods. But I have a lot of bread recipes, and I don't ever make anything from a box because I feel like that's cheating.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to trying your homemade bread.
Well, thank you. I'm like, I don't hold anybody else to that standard because I realize that not everybody enjoys cooking and baking as much as I do. But like, I even go, so like, I have a pasta roller because I make my own pasta when I make pasta dishes if I can. Like, I have a lot of kitchen stuff. Yeah, I have like a fully functioning household. Well, okay, the thing is though, I have a fully functioning household of 5 in kitchenware, and I'm just one person. Like, nobody else in my apartment has kitchen stuff except for some Tupperware and a couple of cups. And they don't even need to buy it because I already have all of it and then some.
My dad has enough cooking stuff or like actual like professional equipment to start a restaurant tomorrow if he wanted to.
I mean, I don't have.
And my stepmother is a licensed baker, so like she has all like the fancy mixers and stuff to like make cakes and stuff. So that's pretty cool. But I mean, like, mostly where we shine in my family is on a grill, though.
Gotcha.
Doc, did you put that handkerchief in the freezer? It'll cool your body temperature down, man. We do that in Arizona all the time.
I like your thermometer.
Stay alive on me, damn it. I'm sorry, what was that, Muffin?
No, I was telling Doc that I like his thermometer song.
Oh.
99.6.
Woo, it's dropping.
Yeah. But I don't know where this thermometer's been. It doesn't taste right.
That's terrifying.
And Gertrude, welcome for the first time. Thank you for
Hello,
stopping
Gertrude.
by.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm going to take some alcohol and clean the tip of that. Actually, I should take some alcohol and clean my insides.
Yep, just because it kills your liver don't mean it ain't medicine.
Please don't use the same kind of alcohol unless you're using like booze to clean your thermometer.
No, just using rubbing alcohol.
Yeah, so don't drink that.
Jack Daniels works just as well, and it has a better aftertaste.
Yeah,
I try to stay away from anything that's coal filtered.
Yeah.
Because coal filters will give you hangovers.
I've never actually had a hangover in my life.
Oh, I've had some impressive hangovers.
I don't get hangovers, but I don't drink a whole lot no more.
Well, I used to drink like a fish, and like I never had a hangover, but I think it's just like between
the different, I guess, bloodlines. Because, like, there's Irish and, like, German on my mom's side of the family. And then on top of that, like, I used to be really heavy. So, like, it would take a while to, like, filter through everything. And I guess, I don't know, I'm assuming that had something to do with it, but I never had a hangover.
Normally
the best way to beat a hanger, you drink water when you're out drinking alcohol.
I don't drink water.
Well, wait a minute. Do you follow along the same lines as my first wife did? She doesn't drink water because fish fuck in it.
No, I don't drink water. Originally, it was a psychological issue that had to do with some childhood baggage. I eventually got over the childhood baggage, and I can drink water now, but I'm not in the habit of doing it because I spent like 13 or 14 years not actually drinking water, basically just getting my water through coffee and tea.
And I have been caffeine free since 2000.
I am very sorry for you.
It was a choice, and at the time I weighed I weighed over 320 pounds. I literally weighed 327 pounds.
That's all right. At my heaviest, I was 330.
Well, right now I weigh.
That's about where I'm at right now.
Right now I weigh it. It fluctuates between 180 and 178.
I'm at 224, but I also kind of enjoy being fat because I like to eat a lot.
Well, I like my women's with some thickness, so yeah, I can't say that that's out of bounds. Because and I've had discussions with guys before. It's just like, oh, you wouldn't pass up the chance to date a model, and I was like, I'd be too fucking distracted looking at the rib cage thinking, God damn, this bitch needs a sandwich.
Yeah.
Or a cheeseburger, or two, maybe five. I ought to do it.
I don't like I've seen some of these, some runway models, and it's like very angular faces, and I'm just not into that.
Well, back in the day, when it was popular, watch any John Hughes movie, and this will prove me out. One of the hit things was people taking buttons and putting them on their jean jackets or their leather jackets. And one of my favorite ones was Yo Calvin, give that bitch a sandwich.
I've definitely said that like I've definitely looked at really, really skinny people and been like, I want to take you to a restaurant and buy you like the greasiest cheeseburger I possibly can.
Well,
I had to deal with that not last night before. I go to park and I get out of my truck. Now I had all day had my crock pot going. I cooked a roast with potatoes, carrots. I posted a picture of it on Twitter. It was wonderful. And this woman comes, she's like, excuse me, do you have any, spare change? I'm like, I'm sorry, I really don't. And I'm like, but are you hungry? And she's like, yeah. She's like, but I can't really go inside and eat because I have there was somebody traveling with her. I go, oh, well, hold on here. And I go back to my truck. I got all my fucking food, basically, that I just spent the last 6.5 hours cooking and gave it to them. Like, just this tiny, tiny little woman, just fucking, like, a stiff wind would have blown her ass over. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this woman needs to fucking eat.
And did they enjoy it?
Yeah, they actually sought me out later because obviously I didn't tell them where my truck is because I don't do that kind of shit. But she actually waited until I went back inside later to go to the bathroom. She's like, oh, I've been waiting for you. I'm like, why? And she goes, oh, well, we just wanted to tell you how wonderful it was. And I'm like, oh, thank you.
If I didn't say it before, good morning, Malachi. Good morning, Alfred Keith. And, of course, good morning, Punished Dad.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I mean, I say gentlemen. I don't know your preferred pronouns, but, I'm just going with guys here.
I can tell you, Punished Dad is definitely no gentleman.
Wow. What's up,
Considering the fact that his opening was "How's it going, cunties?" Definitely not.
fucker?
Well, you know, that's a typical Australian greeting, though,
Oh, okay.
or at least
That's-
typical for him.
Okay, I was like, that's interesting. All right.
Oh yeah, Lord Byron's avatar is a smoking man wearing a luchador mask that has the word "cunt" emblazoned on the front of it.
Is it really?
Yeah,
That's great.
Nice.
you know, entertain however you can,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
and he does some kick-ass artwork, so might as well make the avatar how you want it.
Well,
Okay, that and that. Yeah, I honestly have no idea why certain people chose different avatars or alt names. Like, I mean, I know the one I think who probably regrets it quite a bit is Failure Accomplished, because you really don't want to have the failure in your name.
There's that.
I don't think he regrets it. I think that was the joke.
But well, apparently they're going to start up. They're going to start up something. I don't know what it is, but Failure in the Morning is going to come back.
Nice.
And Joker might be sidekicking him.
I don't know who Joker is.
What, Killing Joke?
Oh, okay. Oh, now I get who you're talking about.
Yeah. Killing Joke's
Never talked with the man, but I've heard of him.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have him on the show in 2 weeks. We're gonna sit back and just shoot the shit without gimmicks. So he doesn't have to shill for dick, and you know, people can get to know him. We've got Justin Smith from Gulf City is going to be on this Tuesday, and then we've got Joker coming in on the 23rd, and to round out October, we're going to for our Halloween Spooktacular on the 30th. We're going to have in the creator and director of the Friday the 13th franchise, Sean Cunningham.
Nice.
Sweet.
Yeah, that one should be a good time. We've been bouncing back and forth trying to find a time for him, and honestly, you know, one of the first things he said to me when we got into conversation was, are we going to talk a lot about Friday the 13th? And I'm like, you know what? This is completely up to you. This is going to be an interview about you. So I know Friday the 13th is a part of you. So that's going to have to come in some way, but it's not going to be the main body of it. He's like, oh, okay, great. And I didn't want to ask him to, you know, show up for the Halloween show. But he got back to me. He's like, yeah, I was looking through my calendar, and the 30th sounds good. And I was like, you mean October 30th? And he's like, yeah. And I just kind of giggled inside, you know, where it counts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. So, you know, for the Halloween show, we've got Sean Cunningham. Awesome.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, it should be fun. I mean, I will say this. I've had interesting people on regardless of where they came from. They could be IRL, or they could be, you know, fellow content creators on the YouTubes. Oh, and by the
And now
way,
you just got a fat truck driver on, man. I feel like I'm degrading the quality of your programming.
oh
The
no,
truck
no,
driver
no,
and the new girl.
no, the Ramble streams for everybody. As far as it goes for the Tuesday show, I mean, yeah, that one does have a tendency to get in depth. Of course, the youngest person that I've had on so far was 23, and he was like, "We're not going to have anything to talk about." I'm like, "Bullshit, watch me."
Well,
And that was a pretty good show.
I'm a few years older than that. Yeah.
Well, I have a good time. I love inviting on people that fascinate me and that do interesting things. I think that's I think pretty much that's the main target that I have when I do my Tuesday show, because this one's all relaxed and everything, but we follow kind of the same the same through line. Because the mantra for the Doctor on Call show is no religion, no politics, no BS. So I'm not going to TMZ somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
And I really do, I wouldn't have them on if I didn't, want to know, how they got to where they got, because I think when you kind of break it down, the common thread that follows through the 20 shows that I've done by myself is that I want people to see that there are people out there succeeding, and they're succeeding through what I call flexing your pec, which is having passion, making the effort, and being committed to see whatever you want to see all the way to the end.
Yep.
Wait a minute, somebody trolling me and I missed it? Aww.
I don't know if anybody's actually trolling anybody, but at one point, Gertrude told somebody they were vile, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, yeah, don't feed my trolls, Gertrude, because they will dine. It'll be a 7-course meal. And some of them are up and coming trolls, so they oh god, no, Gertrude is not V.
It's because he used the word
troll
cunt.
yesterday.
Well, Gertrude, like I said, it's an Australian thing. It is technically the way that they do it in their culture, a term of endearment. Although it does not star Shirley MacLaine or Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. It's like the N-word for black people, or Nerf herder for people in Star Wars.
Although that one's more insult than, hey, what's up, dude?
The funny thing, I know that reference. I've never seen Star Wars.
What?
Nope, never seen it.
What?
Why not?
That is
I have
unacceptable,
never
sir.
seen Star Wars.
That is
why not?
unacceptable.
I don't know. I've never really had much opportunity. Like, it's never been around people like, oh, hey, let's go watch Star Wars. There's never anything like that. And I don't know. I seen them, and I was never, like, it's not something that's ever, like, kind of, like, jumped off at me, like, hey, watch this. It's the same thing with, like, Star Trek. I've never watched a single episode of Star Trek either.
So you're not much of a sci-fi guy then?
I love sci-fi. I don't know, for whatever reason, they just never appealed to me. I love B-rated sci-fi more than anything. I don't know why. Just B-rated sci-fi movies I absolutely love.
So you love Sci-Fi Channel movies?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay, got it.
And there's some sci-fi. There's some big budget sci-fi that I really enjoy, but I don't know why. It just Star Wars just never like popped off to me. Like, hey, you need to watch this, dude.
So I'm going to do it for you. Hey, you need to watch those, dude.
Well, if you if you
All right,
like
I'll tell you
space-
what. You make the popcorn, and I will watch them.
Let's get them all done.
if you like space operas, the one I would recommend that I put at the top of my list all the time, it's not Star Wars, it's not Star Trek, it's Babylon 5. Babylon 5.
I will take that under advisement.
Babylon 5 went for 5 years, and the first 4 seasons are brilliant. A little slow to start, but God, there's a lot of lore. But they thought they were going to get canceled after the 4th season.
Mm-hmm.
So they literally wrapped up some big storylines in the 4th season. And then all of a sudden TNT jumped in and said, we'll finance the 5th season. So they took the final episode of season 4 that they had shot and tucked it away. And then they did a whole nother season. And they took the one that was supposed to be the end of the 4th season and made that the end of the series.
Oh, okay.
And it's powerful. It makes me teary every time I see it. And I usually watch it like once a year.
All right. I don't think I've ever
definitely
actually
take
seen
that
it, to be
under
honest.
advisement.
Oh yeah. It's awesome.
I'm more of a John Wayne guy, to be honest with you.
Well, then you've seen The Searchers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's probably
not for 20 years, but yeah, I know I've seen it.
That's probably my second favorite movie, just because of the plot twist. But yeah, my favorite, it still has to be McClintock.
Oh man, McClint, dude, I love that one because you know what? It was such a departure from his normal style westerns, and it was wonderful. Honestly, for me, it's always a toss up, and it really just depends on the day. My favorite John Wayne movie is either The Cowboys or The Shootist. I also really enjoy The Sons of Katie Elder.
That's not bad. I still like Quiet Man as well.
Not sure if I've seen that one.
It's the one where he was an Irish fighter, and he was not really good at the Irish accent.
Oh,
but then again, he did that one better than he did Genghis Khan. So.
Oh God, yeah, that was. Then that was the only John Wayne movie I could never make it through. Like I was watching, like, this sucks. Like, this is bad. And they filmed it not far away from where there was nuclear testing, which is why so many fucking people who did that movie died of cancer.
Well, yeah. But, you know, Genghis Khan was a conqueror. He was willing to take those risks.
Yeah. Oh, you know.
Let's see here.
So, Miss Muffin Button, what would you say is your favorite John Wayne movie?
So you know how you've never seen Star Wars, right?
Oh, no. Really?
Put it this way.
I'll tell you what. I will watch
91.
Star Wars with you if you will watch a John Wayne movie with me.
We'll see, and I only say that because like 99% of the movies I've seen in my life are animated.
Oh, that's right. You don't like live action movies all that much.
Not usually, no. It usually takes something that I really enjoy. Like the Star Wars movies I watched with my dad when I was young. Like my dad is my favorite parent. So like, well, my dad is pretty much my only parent. So like.
Same with me and John Wayne, probably.
So it's like, I like most of the like superhero movies and stuff like that. Like I got into comic books with my dad. I got into Star Wars with my dad. Like everything else though, it's mostly all animated because I really like animated stuff.
Wait a minute. The internet says that legitimate geek girls don't actually exist.
The internet lies to you.
Are you saying they're wrong? The internet is wrong?
Yes.
Holy shit.
I'm like, that's like saying that not everybody reads the terms and conditions before they click I accept. It makes no sense.
I've literally never read the terms and conditions ever in anything.
Well, you know what? When you end up kidnapped by Steve Jobs and having your face, sewn to some guy's asshole, you'll know you only have yourself to blame.
Hey, you know what?
Pretty sure what?
I like to toss.
That was actually a South Park reference because South Park made a movie or made an episode mocking Steve Jobs and the Human Centipede.
Okay.
And a good morning to Jolly Rogers, Bilgewater, and a good morning to Sisyphus.
Morning.
I'm not a feminist.
And good morning to the second person who I couldn't hear their name.
Sisyphus.
You know what? Either Gertrude is prudish, or she knows how to troll hard.
Well, at one point in the chat, she was saying that she's a God-fearing Christian woman.
Like I said, she is one or the other, and I respect both of them because she's doing it right. If she's trolling.
I've had a lot of good trolling in my day. I've had a lot of people troll at me, and it's always been fun. Yesterday was the only time I've ever been like, wait, what? And I didn't know how to respond because I've been called every name under the book. I was on a stream and somebody's like, you know what? You have really foul, or like you use really coarse language. Like, wait, what? Like most people call me an asshole. That's probably the politest way I've ever been told that I have a fucking disgusting, dirty mouth.
No, of
it
course.
Honestly, threw me for a loop. Sadly.
Of course, I use coarse language.
Who doesn't?
I don't know why that was it, but for some reason that is the one that threw me off.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're trying to figure out whether or not Furry and Finley is a woman or a pervert or both.
Both.
Apparently, though, according to the rules of the internet, women in general don't exist. Not just geeky women, but apparently no women exist. So this whole entire stream, you've been talking to a delusion?
A trap. No. Yeah. All women on the internet are either secretly guys or they're traps.
Yeah,
which is, I guess, the same thing.
Wifey threw in or their thoughts.
I'm not a thought.
This is going to make me sound probably really stupid, but what does thought mean?
That hoe over there.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, okay then. I don't know much about internet things.
That's okay. I don't usually either, but I have 2 internet savvy people in my apartment that explain these things to me.
Oh. Yeah. I don't. And it's sad because I'm at that age where I should know how to do all this shit and I should be good with computers, and it's like I don't know. Turn it off and on is about the only like tech support stuff I know.
Let's see.
Hit it with a hammer if that doesn't work.
Furry says that her tits are on a live stream with Atemas. So
that is true.
So I'm guessing that yes, she can be, both female and a pervert at the same time.
Nah, Furry's cool though.
I've always wondered about that because Gertrude brought up the point. Whatever you put in the universe comes back to you tenfold. That was originally a pagan saying. Ish.
Because in paganism, it's the threefold law. Whatever you put out in the universe comes back to you threefold, not 10.
Well, yeah, but you kind of cut the legs out from under me on what I was going to say.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just so why do the Christians feel like they need to have it paid back 10 times?
I don't know.
Well, see, that's where the Christians are incorporating, the paganism, because the Lord said, "Whatever you do unto me, or whatever you do unto my children, will be repaid to you sevenfold." So you take the 7 and you add the 3 to it, boom, tenfold. It's simple math, man.
Okay.
I mean, as far as theories go, it's not a bad one.
Well,
Wait
I
a
mean,
minute.
so much of modern Christianity, it has actually been adopted from paganism.
I know.
And
It was mostly
Christmas
used to
itself
be
is
able to,
basically a
like,
pagan holiday.
it is a pagan holiday.
Yeah. I mean, Halloween too. Halloween used to be a
Indeed.
terrifying day. Like, that was the day you didn't go outside.
Easter is also a pagan holiday.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's when the Easter Bunny invented Rolling Rock beer.
Right. Sorry, forgot the rules for a second. No religion. I apologize.
Oh, one of the first cartoons that I ever drew, which got rejected from the school paper, was a picture of the Easter Bunny pushing the rock away from a cave entrance, and Jesus's head was sticking out from behind it, and just has the caption, "This is the last time I'm bailing you out."
That's awesome.
I as a Christian, even I can say that's pretty fucking funny. Like, I will 100% give that. That is fucking good.
Well,
Some people get too damn prudish about things.
Well, and one of my favorite ones that I did was, it was a picture of Moses coming down from the mountain. He's got the tablets in his hand and his staff. He's waving it in the air, and he has this angered look on his face. And the caption is, Moses comes down from the mountain only to find his parking place has been taken. And he is also yelling, "Infidels, defilers."
You know, probably one of my favorite jokes that I've ever heard as far as a religious joke goes is it was Eddie Griffin. He's talking about I wonder if Jesus whistles by blowing through his hand.
And that,
Possibly.
I've always heard the one, why can't Jesus eat M&Ms? Yeah, because they fall through the holes in his hands. And a good morning to you, Chop Top.
Good morning.
We are getting close to wrapping because, damn. Yeah, bedtime sounds good. And the reason why I'm not doing the cold compress thing is because it's downstairs. And I cannot make it downstairs to the fridge. I do eventually.
Just don't fucking die on me, Doc.
Shit. Someone will pick up the mantle somewhere.
Here's the thing. You die on me, I'm going to become a scientist, bring you back from the dead, and beat your ass to death.
Well, then,
damn it, Doc, that's a lot of fucking work, all right? Don't make me do that. I was a C student in school. Don't fucking put me through that, you bastard.
Well, they could just chop my head off and set it next to Walt Disney's. I swear to God, I love those kind of rumors that are not true, because, I mean, literally, when Disney died, Roy Disney, his brother, and everybody else in the family, I think they actually pulped him to make sure that he would never come back.
Oh, sad.
Well, think of the back then it was a multi-million-dollar franchise.
Back then, $1 million was a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
So, they were taking over something that they'd had nothing to do with, but they were going to take every bit of benefit. It's kind of like how Priscilla Presley is still one of the richest women in the U.S. because she still gets royalties because she owns Elvis's likeness rights.
Right.
Oh.
And that's why I forget what the name of their daughter was. But she never has to work a day in her life, but she still keeps making those shitty albums. She thinks that she's a singer, and it's like, you know what? Your dad stole all the black people music. There's none left.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, or at least that's the way that I see it. But I mean, she's Oh, Lisa Marie. That's her name.
Yes.
But she's creepy.
Really?
Well, she looks like Elvis.
Ooh, that's not a good look for a woman.
But
No.
but you know, she got the boobies, and she also married Michael Jackson, for God's sake.
I remember that.
I mean, to me, that almost felt like pedophilia. Because Michael Jackson, I don't think has ever passed like age 13 in his mind.
Probably not.
Yeah.
And I am one of the few people, I will say this right up front. I did not think that Michael Jackson was a pedophile.
You know, honestly, here's the only thing I'm going to say about it. He was found innocent. As to whether he was or not, I don't know. But if you're sending your kids over to fucking Michael Jackson's house, especially after the first time, you just need to have your parental rights taken away.
Well, no, here's the thing too. When he admitted that you know kids would spend the night and sleep in his room, they didn't realize that his room was as big as a fucking house, and there were other beds in there, and that the parents often would sleep in the same room as well. They really didn't want to bring that up. And yeah, Furry, it's kind of like the Peter Pan syndrome.
Yeah.
I would never let my kids go spend the night at a fucking celebrity's house. He's like, I have a carnival in my backyard. Like, no, that's just no.
No, you would worry about it, Phoenix, if he went, hey, I have a carnival in my pants.
Well, you know what? I have guns, so even if my kid was like, Dad, I really want to go, please, I would tell him no, and he kept begging. I'd be like, fine, but you're taking the 45.
No, just you know, get the old chastity belt out. Oh, I do have to tell this one story. We were in sex education class in junior high school, and we did have our the girls' gym teacher, who just so coincidentally was a lesbian. Never heard of that before.
Of course not.
A female gym teacher being gay, but she thought it would be cool to you know, well, we're going to talk about contraception today. And, you know, like she had a big box of them. So you could see, you know, their condoms and IUDs and all this, the pill and spermicide and the shield and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, well, who can name contraception? Different contraceptions. And, yeah, people were coming up with, you know, the shit that was in the box that she was showing. And I raised my hand. She's like, yes. And I was like, rope. And she's like, what? And I'm like, rope. And she's like, okay. And I'm like, it's the only unisex contraceptive. And she goes, okay. And I was like, well, you can understand what you tie off if it's on a male, right? And she's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, for a female, you just tie her knees together. And and she smiled and she rocked back to laugh. And I cut her off in mid laugh and said, well, unless you roll her over.
Oh.
Dude, so, I hated fucking taking sex ed in junior high.
They didn't have that in Southern California.
No. That, like, what sucked about it is they brought in a special teacher, but they brought in like the stereotypical like super hot slutty teacher to tell us all this shit. I didn't learn a damn thing during that class, and neither did any of the rest of us boys.
Oh, Tennessee, I've not seen a picture of Paris Jackson. Apparently, she is she's fat, PHAT. She models and she's a hippie chick.
Oh, she's pretty.
Still one of my favorites, and I don't know if this is a janky memory, but I could swear that it happened. Talking about sex ed, most of the time, our gay female gym teacher would let her student teacher do most of the work, and the student teacher,
bow wow.
well, yeah, and she started talking about semen, and saying, well, yeah, semen is mostly protein. And one of the girls in the back, Julie, said, well, then why does it taste so salty? And she said, I mean, it just came out of her mouth like it had no filter. And it was a sincere question. And literally a pin dropped in that classroom and everybody just pivoted and looked at her.
Not gonna lie, that probably would have been me had I been in a class that like that.
I'm guessing after that she became a very popular girl.
She was already a cheerleader. But
I was not a cheerleader. No.
I was not either.
No, and good morning, another nobody. This is not a discussion of my porn collection.
What's good in another nobody?
We are being academic here. Yeah, there was a lot of I can't think of a single and we had to move around often as a kid. I can't think of a single school that I went to where the female phys ed teacher was not gay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure all mine were lesbians too.
I mean,
I think I had one in middle school that was not.
What sucked is I moved around. I never stayed in a place longer than 5 years. And usually it was like 1 or 2 years, and then we were moving. But like every now and again, I'd get the good-looking, the lesbian, teacher who was for some reason teaching the boys, but they wouldn't let us actually do anything. Like everything was like, don't be too rough. Don't throw it too hard. It's like, this is fucking dodgeball.
No.
And those ones were annoying. The lesbians were fucking cool. Like, they'd be like, fucking throw harder. Don't be a pussy.
Well, now here's a problem that I had in school. Like in high school, we had some pretty hot teachers, and none of them ever made a move on me.
I'm so sorry.
You
were not an ugly child, I promise you. Okay, they didn't know what they were missing.
I would have appreciated a little MILF sexual harassment. Thank you.
They don't understand the power that they hold and how they can just crush a boy by not wanting to suck his dick.
Yeah, I mean, if I would have had one of my teachers come up to Mrs. Holland and go, "Hey, Miss Holland, what are you doing after school?" And if she would have said "you," I would have come right there.
You could have been the president by now if you would have just got that fucking dose of confidence.
I'd have been like, "Oh, thank you, Miss Holland," and then I would have waited by her car for the rest of my school day.
You would have just went straight puppy on the leash.
What is it? The old Brett Butler joke. Do you want to know? Do you really want to know what obsession is? It's hanging outside of the person that you want to be with a jar of Vicks Vapor Rub in one hand and a machete in the other.
What?
Okay, that's taking it a little bit too far. I'm just like, hey, you want to go to dinner? And I might ask one too many times and become annoying, but not grabbing a machete anytime soon.
Well, she buttons on the joke and said, "Now, little girl, you go tell that to your daddy. Oh, and tell him to call me."
Oh.
What a man.
Now we had some good looking teachers at my school too, and what sucked is they were the kind of teachers who like they wouldn't actually flirt with you and they wouldn't do anything like that, but they knew that they were good looking, so they would tease the fuck out of the boys. Those bitches who'd like, they would go in front of like one student and they would like intentionally drop something and just like slowly bend over to pick it up in front of you.
We used to have one teacher who always did the low cut blouses, and and so her nickname was Mrs. Knockers. Yeah, I never saw any of like the male teachers, you know, like wearing the tight pants and, you know, packing a cucumber in there to try to impress
there were
girls.
a few teachers in my high school, at my second high school, like that in Southern California. One of them actually married one of his students shortly after she graduated, but she was pregnant before she graduated.
Oh,
damn.
Yep.
I lived in a small town in Arizona, and one of our teachers got shot because of that. Now, he didn't die, but he did get shot because he was taking these two sisters into one of the closets at school. Somehow their dad found out about this, went down to the school, found him, shot him, didn't go to prison because they're like, well, no, he's having sex with this guy's daughters and they're minors. Like nobody pressed charges. They're like, no, we're not going to even put him in fucking. Yeah, we're not even going to try. Like the state dropped the case. He survived, but he got the fuck out of town quickly.
Okay. They're
It's
talking.
got to be a
about,
good feeling to be able to get away with attempted murder.
The chat has decided that if you don't perform fellatio, then anal must be used as a compensator.
I feel like that's a fair trade-off.
What?
I don't like anal. Either way, I don't want to perform it or have it performed on me. So I'll pass.
Me and you have very different definitions of the term entertainment.
Dude, no, I've marked off most everything off my perversity checklist. There's only 3 things that I haven't marked off.
Well, what do you got left?
And 2 of them I'm not gonna do. And the 3rd one, wifey's giving me a hall pass if I ever get the opportunity to do it.
So one's banging a celebrity.
No, I've had sex with somebody who's technically a celebrity.
Okay, then what do you need the hall pass for? Like, what am I missing?
Midget.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I've never banged a midget. I mean, I banged somebody who was like 4'8", but that's not a midget. I want somebody that I can lay down, set upon my penis, have her kick her legs up in the air and just spin her around. And I do want her to say "wee" as it's going on.
Dude, my only like thing with banging a midget is it would have to be like a super fucking like she'd have to have like huge tits and stuff, because otherwise like it would just like no, it would be, I couldn't do it. I'd be like, this is like just the visual, like seeing the top of the head, like I could be like, no, I can't fucking do this. It'd be, you know, I couldn't do it. It'd be fucking too weird.
Are you kidding, man? With my average size dick, a midget would make me look like John Holmes. I would be all about that.
Yeah, well, here's the problem, dude. And I'm just speaking for myself. I used to have my nieces sit on my lap. You know, like whenever we'd go places in the car. So like, no, I couldn't do a midget probably for that reason. Like, I'm used to like looking down and seeing the top of my niece's head. Like, I couldn't do it.
As your legal counsel, I would advise not to go on with this story.
I'm saying that's exactly why I don't want to fuck a midget, dude.
Nope, I'd fuck a midget. Yep, I sure would. Yeah, the other 2 is I've never had sex with an animal, nor will I ever.
That's good.
I did bang a furry once, but that's not an animal.
I agree with that statement.
Yep.
And I've never had sex with the dead. Necrophilia, just not into it.
Well, good.
And
Yeah.
I think you know, everybody should have their sexual bucket list. Now, I do feel sorry for the future generations because the opportunities that were available to me and my generation are simply just really not available. I think too many people are also hiding behind the internet to be their social bulwark.
Yep.
They really need to get out there and do stupid things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because then they'll have stories like I have. They will say, oh yeah, I remember this one time. And they'll tell probably an oddly embarrassing story, but funny story. And they will be more interesting people. Tennessee, technically, she wasn't in the full costume. She just had the headpiece on. And technically she was a mascot. So
Okay, so it's not banging a furry. You banged a mascot. Like,
well, it turned out later
don't try
that
to take credit for shit you didn't do.
no, it turned out later that she actually did go into the furry community hardcore after we graduated.
Okay, but was she a furry at the time or not?
It was kind of like somebody who was a closeted homosexual. They never
Yeah, it's one
really
of those
came out
things
and
like
said it.
you're a furry. If you're a furry, you're a furry, regardless of whether or not you know you are yet. You'll figure it out
Okay.
eventually.
Jolly
I'm
Roger.
willing to accept it without an asterisk. It just this is your one pass on this shit.
And Jolly Roger, I love them big women, man. I will. It's my duty to serve that big booty. No, you don't. Another nobody. You don't have to protect your local wildlife from me. Like I said, I will not have sex with animals, and apparently until they actually set up a bag and tag limit on furries, they are not wildlife either.
You know what? I have too many friends to make I have too many furry friends to make my usual furry jokes.
Well, I mean, I don't mind people being furries as long as, you know, they stay committed to it and you know, not try to wave the banner like we need furry rights. It's like you don't see people out protesting going, we love the missionary position. We need missionary position rights.
I will be honest, the alt furries are probably my favorite troll group I've ever seen.
There's alt furries?
Oh God, yes. Like, you know, the alt right. These guys are the alt rights of the furry community. Like, they walk around dressed like they take their fursuits, make Hitler costumes, and walk around with the arm patch, but instead of the swastika, it's the red with the black paw print. And
Okay.
they go to like furry events, and oh my God, they're hilarious.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know if they actually intend to be funny, but they are probably the funniest fucking group of people I've ever seen.
It doesn't make a difference what convention you show up to. If you're wearing a Nazi costume, you're definitely looking to provoke.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
See, that's the thing they should have had down in what was it? Charlottesville.
Yeah.
They should have had some furry Nazis join them.
Oh yeah.
So
You know, I got my favorite take on the whole thing though, and I gotta admit this, it comes from Mundane Matt, and he's like, "Hey, you know what? If the alt furries want to go out there, go ahead and yiff in full Nazi regalia." And
Oh, sure.
that actually
Why
made
not?
me laugh. Hey, this is America. It's a free country.
politics is the best stand-up comedy that can be had.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And people just don't realize it, or they, you know, they take it too close to the vest. Like, I've seen actual people get into not real fights but slap fights you know, because they're all pussies. Star Wars and Star Trek fans. You know, it's like whiny bitches go. Be gone, thought.
I work to debate politics. I do. It's just something I enjoy. But like, if your political party is your entire identity, I feel bad for you.
Well, you know, it's like finding a group that you can belong to that will accept you. And, you know, the internet has definitely opened up the floodgates to get all these obscure and acute fetishes all together. So that, you know, Rule 34 exists for a reason.
Yep.
Okay, it is past 6. And good morning, Joshua.
Good morning.
I'm going to have to call it because I'm getting a little bit shaggy. I want to take some meth and then just go to sleep.
You're gonna what?
Well, I live in a ghetto, so I mean the only drugs that you can usually find are meth and meth.
Okay.
Oh, meth cheaper than cough syrup.
You know, if I could find if I could find our local corner heroin dealer, that might be a better option. But it is 6 a.m, so
yeah, they're not going to be out now.
Yeah, he's strung
Well,
out.
that's the good thing about meth is it's made with pseudo. So you know you're good. You smoke your meth, man. You're getting your cough syrup. You're just inhaling it.
Well, the good thing about meth is that the dealers are always awake.
Yeah, very true.
This is true.
They don't have teeth, but. I would like to give you both the opportunity to do some plugs or some shills for your channels, or slap some links up into the chat. Do you have anything that you would like to share to draw people? Even the Twitter.
I don't have a Twitter yet, and I mean, technically I have a channel, but I don't have anything on my channel.
Well, start stocking up.
Oh yeah, I gotta start, but like I just started all of this. I don't even know where to start, to be honest.
Well, if you've got, I would say I have not seen your name in the chat in a long while, so I can't pull you from there. But if you want to type into the chat, then people can actually click, since everybody's got a wrench. They can left click, and it'll have a little go-to channel, and they can just hop over there, do a quick sub.
There you go.
I will say I was Muffin's first subscriber, I guess, because when I met you the other day, I made a habit. I always make a habit, if I talk to somebody, I subscribe to them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was your first subscriber, so you're welcome.
Yeah,
Everybody's yeah.
I was wondering because, like, I was talking to Cadent earlier because I subscribed to her and she was like, "Don't do it." And I'm like, "Oh, I was gonna tell her if it makes you feel better, you could be my first subscriber." But then I checked and I'm like, apparently I already have one.
I ended up being number 4. So
well, you know what, Muffin? At least I can brag that at least in something I was your first.
Yes.
Broke your sub, Cherry. Nice. So American Phoenix.
Oh, fuck. Just follow me on Twitter at the American Phoenix.
Well, why don't you link it, you lazy bastard?
Because I'm driving in a construction zone and I'm on a cell phone.
No, you're driving still? Okay. So,
Dude, I'm a truck driver. This is what I do.
Oh, I didn't know if you'd pulled over to the side. You know, some people have a tendency to do that when they go into long conversation.
Nah, I drive until my service drops. Or until the conversation ends.
AP wants a furry girlfriend. I don't know about that. I think he just wants a woman that won't draw child support from him. And that is an honorable and noble goal.
I just want a woman who's okay with teeth marks.
Yeah. There's a girl out there for you. Trust me. Oh God.
I'm like, there's a lot of girls out there that like teeth marks.
Yeah. I dated one girl who was into the whole vampire thing.
That's a
And,
little much.
Yeah, I'm not into the vampire thing. Just BDSM in general, I enjoy.
Well, she was like, let me suck your blood, and I'm like, there's something you can suck, but it's not my blood.
Yeah, I've talked about this on stream before. I did used to have a play partner, and we never did the whole vampire thing. We both just really loved the taste of blood. So we would either bite each other until we bled and then drink it off each other, or we would cut each other and drink it.
Oh my. That's not necessarily a good thing. Because you don't.
I'm a degenerate. What the fuck can I say?
Well, I'll send you my checklist. and then you'll see how far down the path of degeneracy that you've been. But I do want to just do a quick show. Coming up this Tuesday is going to be Justin Smith from Gulf City. Ghastly himself will be sitting down and talking about the trials and tribulations of being a content creator, making animations, and of course trying to get onto Cartoon Network. On the 23rd, we've got The Killing Joke, live and unplugged. So if you ever want to get to know the man behind the gimmick, then this is going to be the perfect show for you. And rounding out October on the 30th, we'll be talking with Sean Cunningham, the creator of the Friday the 13th franchise. He was also the producer of a lot of other horror films, with the inclusion of Last House on the Left, which was very underrated. And just to give the 4 dates, starting off November, we had Snafu this week, I should say, with director Jim Wynorski. Well, we've got him booked back, and he'll be here to open up November for us. So be on the lookout for that. That's as usual, every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as far as the Ramble streams go, it's probably going to end up to be kind of a regular thing since I'm an actual insomniac. And we'll keep having on those people you know, those people you want to get to know, and those people that you're glad that you got to know. And so I will wish everybody who came on this evening, thank you. Thank you to Muffin.
You're welcome.
And
thank you for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. And American Phoenix, thank you as well.
Oh, my pleasure, man. I'd be happy to come back anytime you'll have me.
And of course, we'd like to thank
all praise be to Cadunt.
My fairy besieged co-host Cadunt. Got to make the living, man. Got to get that cleavage working for her. So, basically, everybody, like I always say, the morning's coming. Please have a very, very good morning if you're working or playing, because the sun's getting ready to come up, and I'm headed for bed, fuckers.
Same. I have work tomorrow. Technically today.
Bye.
Bye.
Peace.